Chapter 2438. 9 Great Tao Ancestors. Chapter 2438. 9 Great Tao Ancestors. Everyone was in extreme shock, but Yi Yuan slowly retracted his bow, his aura being slightly in disorder. The power of this sword was already his strongest strike. Even with the thickness of his divine essence, he also felt slightly overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, you lost. A guy who overestimates his own abilities. How can this degree of attack possibly harm Third Grandpa? Seeing that Lin Huan was safe and sound, Lin Lang said with a big laugh. Although the scene just now was extremely shocking, Yi Yuan could not do anything to Lin Huan in the end. There were already many people sighing endlessly in secret. This strike earlier was already sufficiently shocking. It was just a pity that it was lacking a little power. If Yi Yuan's opponent was not Lin Huan but replaced with other Deva Fifth Blights, the other party would probably have already been injured. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Lang like looking at a fool and said calmly, "Is that so? You try having him say a word." Lin Lang smiled coldly and said, "Forget about a word, so what if 10 sentences or 100 sentences? How can the majesty of a Deva Fifth Blight be what you can provoke?" Many people secretly shook their heads, somewhat pitying Yi Yuan. Sigh. He should have gone to provoke a Deva Fifth Blight. Isn't this seeking humiliation? Lost then lost, why bother holding on strong? Didn't expect that Saint Azure is actually someone who keeps up appearances to cover up his predicament. The name of Saint Azure illuminated through the ages. This reputation was indeed impressive. It also propped Yi Yuan very high. In their view, Yi Yuan had clearly lost but was bent on saving face at his own cost. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Lin Huan coolly, "Hey, try saying a word." Lin Huan did not answer. But Lin Lang satirized to his face as he said, "Hey, is this Saint Azure? Clearly lost, but can't bear a loss?" Secretly, many people looked toward Lin Huan, feeling that he was a little weird. He clearly won. So why was he refusing to speak? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "Still repressing it? Keep suppressing and you'll repress internal injuries out. Even if its origin enlightened Bodhidharma, there aren't many quasi-Tao pills either, right?" Lin Huan still did not answer. Humph. What bulls. Hi+T Saint Azure, simply a guy who can't bear a loss. Lin Lang said in a great rage. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark, grabbing Lin Lang's neck like lightning as he said in a chilly voice, "You're very KY. Do you really think that this saint doesn't dare to kill you?" A piercing cold killing intent was akin to materialized, making Lin Lang virtually unable to breathe. He knew that Yi Yuan really had killing intent aroused. When Lin Huan saw this scene, he finally could not resist moving. But the moment he moved, the injuries on his body could no longer be concealed, spurting a mouthful of blood out. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Lin Huan in surprise. Lin Huan was actually really injured. How is this possible? A Deva First Blight hurts a Deva Fifth Blight. Regarding the matter, Lin Huan was being weird just now. It turns out that he was actually afraid of affecting his injuries even more. Looks like Lin Huan's injuries aren't light. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been overwhelmed by it. Lin Huan getting injured immediately caused a mighty uproar. A martial artist who just broke through to Deva realm actually hurt a Deva Fifth Blight sovereign. This kind of thing was too fantastical. In Origin Enlightened Hall, the group of Tao ancestors was shocked too. This guy is also too strong, right? He just broke through and his attack power is actually already capable of hurting a Deva Fifth Blight. Ancestor Lightning exclaimed. Hiss, if wait until he reaches Deva Fifth Blight, wouldn't even we not be his match too? Ancestor Fire sucked in a breath of cold air as he said. Lin Chaotian was startled and also delighted, and said with a slight smile, "The stronger he is, the more it proves that this ancestor's judgment wasn't wrong. He must have a secret that can break the shackles on him." I made Lin Huan go in order to test his depth. With this, Yi Yuan's strength was completely exposed in front of them. Nothing was more convincing than this. At this time, the 8 great Tao ancestors no longer had doubts, standing firmly on Tao ancestor life's side. Among them, included ancestor lightning. No one could resist this kind of temptation. Yi Yuan casually throwing Lin Lang to one side. Slowly arriving in front of Lin Huan, he said nonchalantly, "Good dog, don't get in the way." Lin Huan looked at Yi Yuan with a gloomy face, plusing his teeth in hatred. But in the end, he still got out of the way unwillingly. Profound Secrets looked at this scene with a shocked expression on his face. He only came back to his senses after a long time, and hurriedly chased after. He suddenly somewhat understood why Lin Chaotian was targeting Yi Yuan. Inside Origin Enlightened Hall, it was long already packed full. Yi Yuan stepped into the hall. The eyes of the group of powerhouses looked over towards him collectively. Among them, there were many who were even his former subordinate. Yi Yuan looked straight ahead, arriving in the center of the hall. There were 9 seats above the hall. They were clearly prepared for the 9 great Tao ancestors. These 9 people were supreme existences of the human race. Tao Ancestor Life, Tao Ancestor Water Source, Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit, Tao Ancestor Storm, Tao Ancestor Lightning, Tao Ancestor Earth, Tao Ancestor Light, Tao Ancestor Darkness, and Tao Ancestor Destruction. These 9 great Tao ancestors stood at the top of the heaven-span world, overlooking the world. Suddenly, the void trembled. 9 figures were already seated on the seats at some point. Although they were already seated, they gave people an indistinct feeling. The rule undulations emanating from their bodies made them seem particularly fleeting and ephemeral, as if what they represented was heavenly Tao. But Yi Yuan saw these 9 people's faces clearly. As far as comprehension towards Tao was concerned, he was even more advanced than the few seated. How could these few people pretend to be unfathomable in front of him? Yi Yuan looked at that old man wearing a gray crown in the middle, seeming like they had met before. Lin Chaotian also looked at him and said with a light smile, "Lord Saint Azure, parting for 10 billion years, I didn't expect that when you and I meet again, it actually is the situation of reversing the chaos of S.P.A.C. team." At that time, they were still just out-and-out juniors in front of Yi Yuan. Even Shang Hang, that kind of major power, was also unbelievably weak in front of Yi Yuan. A slight commotion came from within the Great Hall. With regards to the talk about Yi Yuan creating an eternally prosperous age previously, it was all just a legend. But Tao Ancestor Life was the only remaining great achievement from the last epoch. He personally acknowledged Yi Yuan's T.I. of Saint Azure, clearly indicating the truth of this matter. This young man before their eyes was really a legend. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said with a frown, "So, it's you." That time, I already felt that the would attribute power of law in your body was extremely exuberant. I didn't expect that later on, you actually became a Tao ancestor. Lin Chaotian was precisely one of the members who went to inquire Heavenly Palace back then together with Shang Hang to find trouble with Yi Yuan. At that time, Yi Yuan's attention was mostly on Shang Hang and did not have too deep of an impression of Lin Chaotian. But Lin Chaotian was one of the geniuses that Yi Yuan did not have much contact with. At that time, he was the Saint Azure far removed from the SSCS and reality. Lin Chaotian was merely a puny little genius disciple. Circumstances change with the passing of time. That puny little disciple was already standing at the top of the heaven-span world, becoming the #1 Tao ancestor. But Yi Yuan was still just a junior who just entered creation realm. Got to admit, the God of destiny makes a fool out of people. Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "What Lin Chaotian has today, it is thanks to the credit of Saint Azure's inheritance Grand Array. This Lin is endlessly grateful. It's just that times have changed. With me inviting Saint Azure here today, please give the world an explanation as to why you let Daymeld go. The atmosphere in the great hall instantly dropped to freezing point. While talking and laughing, swords and bows were already drawn. Chapter 2439. Justice Lies in the Hearts of People. Chapter 2439. Justice Lies in the Hearts of People. Yi Yuan, do you know back then, how many of our powerhouses died tragically at Daymeld's hands? You let him go, how many powerhouses will die at his hands? If you don't give the world an explanation today, you can forget about walking out of Origin Enlightened Hall. Tao Ancestor Destruction said in a deep voice. The interrogation of two great Tao ancestors, how frightening was it? Especially Tao Ancestor Destruction, the destruction rule that he unwittingly radiated seemed to make even SPAC tremble. The powerhouses present, even if they reached Deva Fifth Blight, felt tremendous pressure too. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he defends himself. After all, this matter could not be justified no matter what. When Yi Yuan heard that, he laughed in spite of himself and said, "Explanation? Explain what? Yi Yuan, follow my conscience when I do things. Why do I need to explain to you?" The numerous powerhouses opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually dared to speak to Tao ancestors like this. Also, Yi Yuan already came to Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. He was actually not defending himself? Then what did he come here for? They discovered that they could not see through Yi Yuan at all and totally did not know what he wanted to do. Even the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, who came with Yi Yuan, was also standing there in a daze currently, at a loss on what to do. Lin Chaotian was clearly taken aback too and said in a firm voice, "So, you're admitting that you betrayed the human race?" Since Yi Yuan did not provide an explanation, then it could not be better. This sentence of his was equivalent to confirming Yi Yuan's name of betrayal. This way, it would be much easier to do things. But Yi Yuan laughed boldly and said, "Ha ha ha. Whether this Yi betrayed the human race or not, you shouldn't be asking me this. You go and ask those warriors who fought side by side with me. You go and ask those heroic spirits who died on the battlefield. Or you can go and ask those major powerhouses who set away in the same era as you." When he said these words, Yi Yuan had an awe-inspiring aura, emanating an impressive righteous aura on his body. The name of Saint Azure was clear at a glance. Although he did not have the power of a Tao ancestor, the name of Saint Azure was cultivated by his righteous aura. How could it be blasphemed? At this moment, Yi Yuan's aura was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the 9 great Tao ancestors. He contended with the power of the 9 great Tao ancestors with his power alone. These were two vastly different kinds of auras. The aura of a Tao ancestor was the aura of a sovereign. It was spontaneously brought forth by their powerful strength. But Yi Yuan's aura was an awe-inspiring righteous aura, condensed and formed after transmigrating 10 billion years. Although he did not experience the time of 10 billion years, this 10 billion years of SPAC team existed because of him. Yi Yuan was simply disdainful to justify for himself. Justice was in the hearts of people. It was not that he did not want to kill Daymeld, but that he could not hold Daymeld. Lier's present strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. If he had assurance in killing Daymeld, he absolutely would not show mercy. It was just that, he could not be bothered to explain these at all. The expressions of someone as powerful as Lin Chaotian also changed slightly at this time. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's body could actually release such a powerful force. Indeed, well deserving of being Saint Azure, who founded an eternally fleuries. Plus-ing age, he was not that easy to deal with. In the crowd, Anai Xian's expression flickered indeterminately. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and stepped forward to clasp his hands and said, "Lord Tao Ancestors, And I Xian has always been fighting alongside Lord Saint Azure. And I Xian has seen every little bit about him. And I Xian is willing to guarantee with my Tao Foundation that Lord Saint Azure absolutely won't betray the human race. His voice had yet to fade when S.H.I. plus Patian also suddenly came forward and said, Lord Saint Azure devoted himself to public interests. S.H.I. plus Patian is also willing to guarantee with my Tao Foundation and he absolutely won't betray the human race. I vouch for it. I guarantee it too. These Deva Fifth Blight powerhouses who had fought alongside Yi Yuan suddenly erupted, coming forward to vouch for Yi Yuan one after another. Along the way, Yi Yuan's action and conduct, they took it all in their sight. To say that Yi Yuan betrayed the human race, they had 100 disbelief. On the battlefield, Yi Yuan was always charging at the forefront. The number of enemies killed, he was always the most too. It was also precisely him who forged an army of young masters into an invincible iron army. If not for Yi Yuan gathering the myriad races coalition forces together, there also would not have been a great victory later on, and then the retaking of the whole heaven-span world. How could such a person possibly betray the human race? Dameld's incident they did not understand. But to say that Yi Yuan betrayed the human race, they did not believe it. Being infected by Yi Yuan's awe-inspiring righteous aura, they involuntarily stepped forward. Actually, before this, many among them already adopted a wait-and-see attitude. But Yi Yuan's awe-inspiring righteous aura seemed to be able to invade the hearts of people, making them involuntarily follow. Seeing this scene, the faces of the few great Tao ancestors became very ugly. The scene was already completely out of control. They never thought that such a scene would actually occur. But right at this time, one thunderous shout after another suddenly came in from outside, clearly audible in the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. We beseech Tao ancestors to rectify Lord Saint Azure's name. We beseech Tao ancestors to rectify Lord Saint Azure's name. We beseech Tao ancestors to rectify Lord Saint Azure's name. The voices were like tidal waves. The voices of many Deva realms and Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses superimposed. That voice was practically about to collapse the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. Outside the mountain pass gates, Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen led the entire unpredictable legion's warriors, several million of the human army's warriors, as well as numerous powerhouses who remembered Yi Yuan's achievements and gathered here one after another. The numbers already reached as many as tens of millions. Outside Origin Enlightened mountain range, many powerhouses blotted out the sun and sky, practically covering the entire sky. This number was nothing to the human race. But in today's world, to be able to make so many people gather here to rectify one person's name, probably even Tao ancestors could not do it. Before this, Yi Yuan strictly ordered them not to come over. But this time, they violated Yi Yuan's order. What are you all messing around for? Get out of here! Lin Lang said with an angry roar. It was just that facing millions of powerhouses, Lin Lang's voice was directly suppressed. And body paid attention to him at all. Pang Zhen, you're the descendant of a Tao ancestor. How dare you be so unbridled? Lin Lang came in front of Pang Zhen and said with a furious roar. Pang Zhen directly ignored him and shouted loudly. In the hall, the faces of many powerhouses changed abruptly. No one could have thought that things actually turned out like this. Originally, this was a trial against Yi Yuan. But now, it became Yi Yuan's solo performance. Why did Lin Chaotian dread Yi Yuan? It was because of his rallying power. But he still underestimated Yi Yuan. He did not expect that in this present era, Yi Yuan actually still had such formidable rallying power. Yes, he naturally did not expect it. How could he, this Tao ancestor who was far removed from the SES and reality, be sympathetic to the suffering of the world? When the world was going through chaos caused by war, They were apprehensive of the divine race's strength, and did not dare to make a move. But Yi Yuan stepped forward. He overpowered the raging tides and reversed a hopeless situation with his power alone, leading the myriad races to defeat the divine race. This feat, who could compare to it? Lin Chaotian was considering how to corroborate his Tao and achieve supremacy, breaking the shackles. But Yi Yuan was doing things for the world in a down-to-earth manner. Why did he need to provide an explanation to the world? There was the phrase, "Justice lies in the hearts of people." Chapter 2440. Laid completely bare. Chapter 2440. Laid completely bare. Ha ha! Lin Chaotian, justice lies in the hearts of people. Do you hear it? Open your eyes wide and see. Who will believe that someone who sent the divine race back to the abyss will betray the human race? Will someone who betrays the human race have such a powerful aura of righteousness? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a loud laugh. He also did not think that with Yi Yuan coming to confront face to face would actually have such a thing happen. Ever since he went to find Yi Yuan had been together with him all along. In fact, Yi Yuan even instructed Pang Zhen and the rest, forbidding them from coming to get involved in this matter. He knew that Yi Yuan was afraid of implicating them. These people all came spontaneously. The feelings of the people were clear at a glance. Lin Chaotian's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Indeed deserving of being Saint Azure. What a terrific trick that beguiles the hearts of people. Finding so many people to come to Origin Enlightened Mountain Range, is it to force an abdication?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Force an abdication? Hoo, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Already a Tao ancestor, can't you be a little more broad-minded?" Lin Chaotian's face turned black. These words were simply lecturing him as a junior. Yet, he could not find words to refute. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan, stop putting on your airs of Saint Azure. Fine. Put aside the matter of Daymeld first. Are you going to explain the matter of your beloved woman becoming the divine race's divine daughter? You said that you won't betray the human race. Then when you meet her on the battlefield one day, what will you do? This time, you let her leave." This matter was the most crucial. Lin Chaotian daring to convict Yi Yuan, this was also the most important point. The feelings between Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, as well as Yi Yuan's character, he had looked into it deeply before. Yi Yuan valued relations, H.I.+PS immensely and could completely put his life on the line for the people around him. Now that Yu Mengli became a divine daughter, Yi Yuan absolutely would not sit by idly and remain indifferent, let alone meet on the battleground. And this was precisely where Yi Yuan's weakness lay. Sure enough, mentioning this point, the muscles on Yi Yuan's face involuntarily twitched. This matter already became a sore spot of his. Lin Chaotian mentioning it in public was tantamount to scattering salt on his wound. Yi Yuan's eyes were icy cold and he said in a deep voice, "Lin Chaotian, who the H.E.L. do you think you are, to make me explain to you? What I, Yi Yuan, want to do, isn't your turn to point fingers and order me about." When Lin Chaotian saw that Yi Yuan got angry, he smiled instead and said, "Oh? Angry? Looks like Saint Azure values this woman very highly. Since that's the case, then who can guarantee that you won't betray the human race because of this woman in the future? This matter, Saint Azure got to give us an explanation. Or you can kill this woman with your own hands and prove your loyalty to your clansmen. Don't you all agree?" As he said, his gaze swept towards everyone. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. This move was a little too vicious. Forcing Yi Yuan to personally kill his most beloved woman, this was too cruel. It was just that at this time, no one could point out any problems. After all, the human race and divine race were mortal enemies. Either you die or I perish. There was no room for salvation between the two parties at all. Yi Yuan getting angry was precisely what Lin Chaotian hoped to see. When he discovered that his opponent was Saint Azure, even the Lin Chaotian, who was revered as a Tao ancestor, had no choice but to be careful too. Who was Saint Azure? That was a peerless major power who single-handedly groomed him from a mediocre person with no accomplishments to his name into the heaven-span world's #1 person. Others did not know Saint Azure's might, but he came over from that era, how could he not know? Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high yet, his potential was too terrifying. Without Saint Azure, there would not be the present human race's prosperity, let alone him, this Tao ancestor life. Hence, he deliberately used Yu Mengli's matter to provoke Yi Yuan. Very clearly, he achieved his goal. Lord Saint Azure, you give an explanation. Yeah, we completely don't believe that you'll betray the human race. But you've got to explain things. The group of powerhouses were all very anxious. They discovered that Yi Yuan was too proud until he was completely disdainful to defend himself, even if it already concerned his name of Saint Azure now. But Yi Yuan sneered and said, Lin Chaotian, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Do you think that I came today to explain to you? Or is it that you feel that I'll care about the name of Saint Azure? In the end, you're also just a frog at the bottom of the well. Yi Yuan's words expressed volumes. Lin Chaotian's heart seemed to be ked by something. While everyone in the hall was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan actually used frog at the bottom of the well, this kind of term, to describe the heaven-span world's #1 person, Tao ancestor life. These words sounded somewhat ridiculous, but right now body could laugh. Yi Yuan said, my right and wrongs, future generations will naturally comment on it. How can it be summed up in a few words by you? It's just that, whether is it being crowned with eternal glory or leaving behind a bad name forever, what has it got to do with me? Yi Yuan, follow my heart when I do things. Who the hell are you, to make me specifically come and provide an explanation to you? The reason why I came is just that I wanted to see what's there on my body that's worth you coveting. Previously outside the mountain pass gates, I could already confirm it. Speaking of which, apart from breaking the shackles, what else in this world can still move you, this #1 Tao ancestor? You concealed your selfish motives under the righteousness of the human race, being truly shameless to the extreme. If you disregard your ident. 1. Tai and personally made a move against me, I can still regard you a little higher. It's just a pity that although you're honored as a Tao ancestor, you're an out-and-out despicable villain. Do you think that by becoming a Tao ancestor, you can transcend your race and laugh proudly at the world? You don't know that you're merely just an ant-like existence in the eyes of heavenly Tao too. Finished saying these words, the entire audience was deathly silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in great shock. Breaking the shackles, these 3 words, seemed to have magic powers, capturing everyone's heart. What did he say just now? Breaking the shackles? Could it be that Lord Saint Azure is actually able to break the shackles of Tao ancestor? A secret that can make Tao ancestors improve further? No wonder Tao ancestor life will covet it. But how is this possible? Since time immemorial, Tao ancestors are the strongest. Even in the era that the divine race ruled, they were unable to break through the existence of Tao ancestors too. How can someone possibly break the shackles of Tao ancestor? One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's emotions blow up. The words he said were indeed too earth-shattering. This kind of thing was too fantastical, already exceeding their imagination. Originally, they were still curious why Tao ancestor life wanted to target Lord Saint Azure. After all, Lord Saint Azure was the entire human race's hero. But if it was according to what Yi Yuan said, then everything could be explained. The expression on Lin Chaotian's face did not change much, but he already hated Yi Yuan to the extreme in his heart. He still underestimated Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so clever. He actually saw through his intentions from the little clues and inklings. He thought that he understood Yi Yuan very well, thinking that Yi Yuan would definitely care about the tea of Saint Azure. It was just a pity. He still projected his own shortcomings onto others. Yi Yuan's head had always been clear until it could make people's hair stand on end. Chapter 2441. Utterly Shameless. Chapter 2441. Utterly Shameless. Utter Nonsense. Tao ancestors are the strongest in the heaven-span world. This is everyone's consensus. You want to use this to absolve from your crime. Simply laughable. Lin Chaotian said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan similarly repaid with a cold smile as he said, "You had Lin Huan and Lin Lang test my depths in front of the mountain pass gates. Wasn't it in order to measure my strength? How is it, are you satisfied or not?" Actually, on the way here, Yi Yuan thought of many possibilities, but he did not understand Lin Chaotian and also did not know how his character was. Lear rescued Daimeld. This matter was indeed easy to set off denouncing. Tao ancestors launching an attack was also not incomprehensible. But, encountering Lin Huan and Lin Lang in front of the mountain pass gates, it suddenly dawned upon Yi Yuan in his heart. Yi Yuan knew that that was probing, but so what? You want to see it, then I'll show you. He knew that his cultivation method probably really aroused observant and conscientious people's coveting. Regarding this point, Yi Yuan was actually already mentally prepared. After all, walking along the way, his performance was too monstrous. If it aroused the attention of some observant and conscientious people, wanting to find clues was not hard. Let alone that with Lin Chaotian's strength and status, investigating one Yi Yuan was seriously too easy. As long as he was willing, he could investigate Yi Yuan inside out. Now, Lin Chaotian was being overbearing, attempting to infuriate him, confirming his idea even more. Considering Lin Chaotian coveting his cultivation method, Yi Yuan was not surprised about it. It was just that his method was a little too despicable. Lin Chaotian just smiled lightly and said, "Looks like Lord Saint Azure is destined to betray the human race. Since that's the case, then this ancestor can only carry out justice on the behalf of heavenly Tao and take you down." While talking, the horrifying aura on Lin Chaotian instantly covered the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. Once a Tao ancestor was enraged, floating corpses will span hundreds of millions of miles. Their power was simply unimaginable. This level of powerhouse attacking could rent the sky asunder and split the earth open, even causing the entire world to fall into collapse. Otherwise, it would also not have been called Doomsday Battle. Now, this level of powerhouse actually wanted to deal with a martial artist who just entered Deva realm. How could it not make people's expressions change? Even if situated outside of the mountain pass gates, Pang Zhen and the rest also felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. This kind of terrifying power was what they had never witnessed before. Tao ancestor powerhouses had already not displayed their power in front of the world for far too long. But today, Lin Chaotian made a move against Yi Yuan. Wang Zhen's expression changed wildly and he said, "Not good. Is this the power of rules? Really too terrifying. Tao ancestor life actually really dares to risk universal condemnation and make a move against Lord Saint Azure." Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "How can this be? With His Excellency's loftiness, how can he possibly betray the human race? Could it be that these Tao ancestors don't distinguish black from white?" The warriors of the unpredictable legion were all filled with righteous indignation. In their hearts, Yi Yuan was a god-like existence. The Astonis, +ing Battle of 8 Void Mountain already completely subdued them. That kind of loftiness, that kind of devising strategies in a command tent, that kind of life and death struggle, was etched deeply in each person's heart. But now, the Tao ancestors were actually going to make a move against their spiritual leader. They were unable to tolerate it. It was just that they also knew that this sort of thing was not what they could intervene in at all. They could only wait here anxiously. Terrifying wood attribute power of rule enveloped the entire Origin Enlightened Hall. The S.P.A.C. here was directly locked down by the power of rule. Reaching the realm of rule, one already touched the origin of heavenly Tao, arriving at the same destination via different means. Lin Chaotian's power of rule could completely affect spatial law, not letting Yi Yuan escape. How could the power of rule of the number 1 Tao ancestor be of the common sort? Lin Chaotian's strength had long already reached an inconceivable realm. Even for those Deva 5th Blight powerhouses, apart from those few pinnaclemost progenitors, the others could not even move a muscle. This kind of terrifying power made their faces change abruptly. Everyone knew that Tao ancestors were strong, but today, it was their first time witnessing the true power of a Tao ancestor. Too horrifying! With Lin Chaotian's strength, killing Deva 5th Blights was simply effortless. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan, an attitude of looking down from a height, as he said coolly, "Saint Azure, this ancestor honors that you toiled hard and rendered great merits. So I won't kill you today. I'll only imprison you in Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma. After quelling the divine race, this ancestor will naturally let you leave. I believe that you don't have any objections, right?" These words carried strong sympathy. As if him not killing Yi Yuan was a great bestowal on Yi Yuan. He was strong, so his words were natural law. Yi Yuan's matter had no final verdict at all. Especially that Yi Yuan threw out a speech on breaking the shackles. It added an additional trace of conspiracy to Lin Chaotian's actions and behavior even more. It was just that at this time, who would come forward and speak up for Yi Yuan? Who dared to step forward and speak up for Yi Yuan? Facing Lin Chaotian's powerful pressure, Yi Yuan was composed and collected. He just smiled coldly and said, "Lin Chaotian, you showed your true colors, right? If you're really doing it for the good of the human race, and if you really suspect that I'll betray the human race, shouldn't you directly kill me now? Imprisoning me in Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma, are you planning on subjecting me to torture, to ask about the secret on me? Come on, kill me if you have the ability." Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. They had never heard of such a request before. But they also perceived it. Yi Yuan was mocking Lin Chaotian. Lin Chaotian did not want to kill Yi Yuan at all. Lin Chaotian had experienced the vicissitudes of 10 billion years. How could he be goaded by a sentence? He just said coolly, "Saint Azure is worrying too much. You created the human race's flurries. HI plusing age through the ages, merits outweighing demerits. If this ancestor kills you, wouldn't I become someone who's ungrateful and forgets kindness? You rest assured. This ancestor will keep my word. After quelling the divine race, I'll definitely let you go." "Enough. Lin Chaotian, put away your disgusting face. Saint Azure was brought here by this emperor. If you want to make a move against him, step over this emperor's dead body. Hehe, if you take care of Saint Azure himself and Saint Profound's descendants today, you'll be able to laugh overlooking the world tomorrow." Right at this time, Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets completely exploded. The more he thought, the more he felt that Lin Chaotian's motives were not pure. If Yi Yuan did not say, he would not have imagined it. But Yi Yuan already put it so clearly. Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets came from that era too. So how could he not understand Lin Chaotian's scheme? Therefore, Yi Yuan's words were extremely believable. Lin Chaotian gave Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets a glance and said coolly, "Us 9 great Tao ancestors control the heaven-span world together. Since you say so, then this matter will be decided together by the 9 great Tao ancestors. Everyone, how do you all think that this matter should be dealt with?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets expression changed wildly. One Tao ancestor life, although the weight of his words was heavy, he dreaded the name of Azure and Profound Dual Saints. But 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands, this weight was too terrifying. These 9 people joining hands could pierce a hole in the sky. Saint Azure's talent is too strong. If he defects to the divine race, probably even us Tao ancestors won't be able to suppress too. This ancestor feels like for the safety of the human race, we should imprison him temporarily. Tao ancestor destruction said indifferently. This ancestor concurs. This ancestor concurs too. As they spoke, 7 great Tao ancestors spoke one after another. Their statements were actually surprisingly unanimous. Chapter 2442. Rule Cage SPACE Freeze. Chapter 2442. Rule Cage SPAC Freeze. What about you, Ancestor Lightning? Lin Chaotian looked in Ancestor Lightning's direction and said calmly. The other 7 great Tao ancestors already made their stands known. Only Ancestor Lightning seemed to still be hesitating. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets seemed to have seen the last trace of hope and said loudly, Pang Tian. Pang Zhen is right outside. Don't you know how great his change is? Even he doesn't believe that Saint Azure will betray the human race. Do you believe it? Ancestor Lightning was still silent. His gaze pierced through the hall, looking toward Pang Zhen outside of Origin Enlightened Mountain Range. Everyone's gazes were focused on Ancestor Lightning. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and said calmly, This ancestor concurs. Buzz. Inside the hall immediately burst into an uproar. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was livid with rage, cursing Ancestor Lightning loudly for being devoid of gratitude. It was just that he could not change the result. His individual strength was too weak. No one could have thought that the 9 great Tao ancestors who had always been discordant were actually unexpectedly unanimous with regards to Yi Yuan's matter. But didn't this confirm Yi Yuan's argument even more? With the 9 great Tao ancestors having a united front, this was a power that carried heaven and earth along. With this kind of power and influence, who dared to stop them? Even if they coveted the secret on Yi Yuan, so what? They were the truth. They were power. They were sublime. With Ancestor Lightning making his stance clear, Lin Chaotian smiled slightly and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, Something that us 9 great Tao ancestors decided on is something decided by heaven. Even if the divine race's Tianqing was here, he wouldn't be able to refute it too. Do you submit? At this time, those people supporting Yi Yuan were already in despair. 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands, who could still overturn the heavens. Just as Tao Ancestor Life said, even if Tianqing was here, he would not be able to escape alive too. Facing the powerful pressure of 9 great Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan appeared composed and collected. He looked at Lin Chaotian and said with a light smile, You 9 great Tao ancestors were single-handedly created by me. Now, if I allow you all to need me as you please, wouldn't I become a joke? The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, times have changed. Those below Tao ancestor are ants. Just based on your current strength, you also have wishful thinking of escaping from under our hands? Yi Yuan said coolly, If I want to go, I'll go. What can you do to me? Since I dared to come, I naturally have confidence in leaving. So what if 9 great Tao ancestors? His words made the hall explode all at once. He wouldn't have gone crazy, right? SPAC is already completely locked down. Even if he's proficient in spatial law, it's also impossible to escape from under the eyelids of Tao ancestors. Is there anyone in this world who can escape from under the cooperation of 9 great Tao ancestors? This is impossible. Maybe he can in the future, but right now it's absolutely impossible. No one believed Yi Yuan's words, because that was something completely impossible. What were Tao ancestors? To really talk about it, Tao ancestors were the darlings of heaven. They were the absolute powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could be said to be the #1 emperor in ancient and modern times already. But in front of Tao ancestors, he was still nothing. Let alone that it was 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands. Sure enough, Lin Chaotian smiled disdainfully and said, "Is that so? Then this ancestor wants to witness Lord Saint Azure's methods." Finished saying, Lin Chaotian gently pressed a palm down. A cyan-colored palm carried horrifying to the extreme would attribute power of rule and crushed towards Yi Yuan. SPAC was already locked down, but the power of this palm was sufficient to crush Deva Fifth Blights to dust. A casual palm, but it made everyone present change expressions abruptly. Yi Yuan just stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not see this palm. Boom! The ground surface of the hall directly had a deep pit smashed out. That place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure. Origin Enlightened Hall had extremely powerful array formations guarding. But this palm actually directly shattered the array formation. However, Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly. It was his first time having a visible change in countenance. Lin Chaotian's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already outside the hall. Above the void, Yi Yuan was still standing with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 8 great Tao ancestors as well as those powerhouses all followed out. Everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan were full of amazement. It was as if looking at a monster. Is this the power of a Tao ancestor? Merely thus. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian, full of disdain. There was already nothing in this world that could make Lin Chaotian, this level of powerhouse, visibly move. But today, he was truly shocked. Yi Yuan actually escaped from under his eyelids. This. How is this possible? SPAC was clearly already locked down. Even if it's a Deva Fifth Blight, it would be impossible to escape too. How did he do it? Too inconceivable. Could it be that Yi Yuan's spatial law already said the power of rules? No wonder Saint Azure is so calm. This is simply too inconceivable. Shocked words lingered on incessantly. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. The SPAC inside the hall just now was clearly already locked by Lin Chaotian. Yi Yuan was absolutely unable to escape. But Yi Yuan vanished from under their eyelids, just like that. Lin Chaotian's expression was very ugly. His Majesty as Tao ancestor was seriously provoked by Yi Yuan today. Your spatial law should be rank 3 source currently, right? Under my power of rule, even rank 5 source can't possibly escape. So how did you do it? Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan with piercing eyes as he questioned. He was extremely shocked in his heart. At the same time, he was also extremely excited. Yi Yuan's means were definitely related to the secret on him. The more mysterious his means were, the stronger it meant this secret was. If this secret was obtained by him, then what kind of terrifying realm would his strength reach? Even thinking about it made people's hot blood seethe with excitement. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what Lin Chaotian was thinking and said with a sneer, "What you're thinking is right. It's indeed related to a secret of mine. If you want to know, wouldn't you know after capturing me?" Lin Chaotian's face turned black and he said in a deep voice, "A bunch of nonsense. No matter how clever your tongue is, you can't escape today either." Finished saying, he raised his fingertip. A surge of even more terrifying power of rule instantly spread across the world. At this time, it was as if the entire heaven-span world's wood power of rule was used by Lin Chaotian. In virtually an instant, the entire Origin Enlightened mountain ranges SPAC was enveloped by the power of rule. Rule cage. SPAC freeze. Hiss, the faces of those powerhouses changed suddenly. They knew that Tao ancestor life became serious. Rule Cage was a unique method of rule powerhouses. Those who reached the realm of Deva Fifth Blight, because of their closeness to heavenly Tao, their application of spatial law would reach an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, in a battle between Deva Fifth Blights, wanting to kill the other party was too difficult. But Tao ancestors could use the power of rule to seal off the entire region of S.P.A.C., leaving one with nowhere to run. Under the power of rule, everything was futile. This move was far stronger than that sort of casually sealing off S.P.A.C. earlier. They felt as if the entire Origin Enlightened mountain ranges S.P.A.C. was frozen. They found it hard to take even a single step. Chapter 2443. Not one of. Chapter 2443. Not one of. Yi Yuan, this is already not that era where you're called Saint Azure. This is the era of Tao ancestors. In front of Tao ancestors, everything is in vain. Lin Chaotian had an imposing momentum, descending upon the world as if no body in the world could beat him. At this moment, almost 1/10 of the Middle Realms could feel the pressure of a Tao ancestor. The heaven-span world was incomparably vast, 1/10 of the Middle Realms. The vastness of its area was virtually unimaginable. It could be seen how terrifying Lin Chaotian's current aura was. The power of rules was akin to heaven's might. That kind of terrifying power, mortals simply could not imagine it. When a Tao ancestor got serious, heaven and earth changed colors. In front of such heavenly might, the only one who could maintain composure was probably only Yi Yuan. He looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, "Is that so? Since the era of Tao ancestors was single-handedly created by me, then let me single-handedly end it. Lin Chaotian, I'm still not your match today, but before long I'll be back." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and took a step out. With a disappearance and reappearance, he actually already arrived 100,000 miles away. Lin Chaotian's rule cage actually did not have the slightest effect on Yi Yuan. The entire Origin Enlightened mountain ranges cage existed only in name. Tao ancestors were ignored. The expressions of the 9 great Tao ancestors changed wildly, their faces shocked to the extreme. This is impossible. How did he do it? Ancestor Fire's face was close to distorted. No one had ever dared to provoke the majesty of Tao ancestors before. But today, it was provoked by a fellow who just entered Deva realm. Still in a daze for what? Attack together must keep him back. This ancestor doesn't believe that the 9 of us joining hands can't even hold a guy who just entered Deva realm. Lin Chaotian's face was dark, his figure already disappearing from where he was, chasing after. The 9 great Tao ancestors pulled themselves together and chased after right away. Bang bang bang. The entire Origin Enlightened mountain range fell into chaos in an instant. Outside the mountain pa's gates, the faces of those powerhouses changed wildly one after another, each and everyone fleeing in disorder. Quickly go. The might of Tao ancestors is too terrifying. Yi Yuan intentionally went in the opposite direction. But even so, with 9 great Tao ancestors attacking in unison, this commotion was still too terrifying. Everyone felt that heaven and earth were shaking. It was true shaking like an earthquake. 9 great power of rules erupted at the same time, triggering the power of heaven and earth. That kind of power could truly topple mountains and overturn the seas. It was unimaginable. Under this kind of chaos, the entire S.P.A.C. was completely disrupted. Wanting to travel through S.P.A.C. was totally impossible. 9 auras that blotted out the skies and covered the earth caught up to Yi Yuan in virtually an instant, locking onto him firmly. Rule cage lock. 9 great Tao ancestors took action together. S.P.A.C. seemed to really be frozen. The few scattered flying birds were directly immobilized in the air, unable to even flap their wings. However, Yi Yuan took another step out, walking out of the iron plate-like cage once again. Yi Yuan turned back calmly and said, "Stop making futile efforts. You all can't lock onto me. Forget that you all don't know spatial law. Even if you cultivate spatial law to the realm of rule, you can't keep me too." These words were indescribably domineering. In this world, there was only Yi Yuan alone who could say this sentence calmly in front of 9 great Tao ancestors. How could they know that the spatial law Yi Yuan used was already not the heaven-span world's spatial law, but the chaos world's spatial law? In the past, SP-AC team was in reverse chaos. Yi Yuan traveled through SP-AC team and returned to the previous epoch, and had an extremely deep understanding of SP-AC team law. At that time, what he comprehended was his own SP-AC team law, and not the heaven-span world's SP-AC team law. Hence, after he returned, he gave people an illusory feeling. That sort of understanding did not disappear along with his return, but continued to accumulate, ferment, all the way until he broke through to creation realm. After reaching the creation realm, Yi Yuan completely erupted. The chaos world evolving heaven and earth, what it brought was not just the increase in strength, it also deepened his understanding of heavenly Tao and the power of laws. What Yi Yuan was walking was a path that no one had ever walked before. He did not need to imitate anyone's track. What he had to walk was his own footmarks. Even with Heavenspan World this blueprint, he also did not follow the Heavenspan World's appearance to create another Heavenspan World. He comprehended his own time law, his own spatial law, and now, he could freely superimpose 1 or 2 spatial nodes of the Chaos World with the Heavenspan World. He could traverse through SP-AC at will within the range of his Chaos World. The 9 great Tao ancestors wanted to use the Heavenspan World's rules to imprison Yi Yuan. Wasn't this a joke? Just as Yi Yuan said, even if they comprehended spatial rule, it was also impossible to do anything to him. And this was also precisely where Yi Yuan's confidence for daring to come lied. Yi Yuan had pride, but he was not stupid. Something like walking right into a trap, he would not do it. The entire Origin Enlightened Mountain Range was shocked. At this very moment, Origin Enlightened Mountain Range attracted too much attention. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But who knew that even with 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands, they were still actually unable to deal with Yi Yuan. I'm blind. I've definitely gone blind. Even the power of rules is actually unable to lock onto Yi Yuan. I somewhat believe Yi Yuan's words now. The secret on him is too terrifying. No wonder even Tao ancestors will be moved. No wonder he dared to come. Even the power of rules can't lock onto him. It's tantamount to being in an undefeatable position. At this moment, virtually the entire Heavenspan World's upper echelons were shaken. That moment when the 9 great Tao ancestors joined forces, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was finished. But no one thought that the final result actually had a dramatic change occur. Tao ancestor life taking action was unable to keep Yi Yuan. Following that, 9 great Tao ancestors joined hands and were still unable to keep Yi Yuan. If talking about the most shocking thing in this world, it was absolutely not a Tao ancestor being defeated, and also not Tianqing coming into being. This play today was absolutely the most shocking thing in the history of the Heavenspan World. Not one of. This matter shall be written into the annals of history. A martial artist who just entered Deva realm actually escaped alive under the teaming up of 9 great Tao ancestors. Lin Chaotian's expression was ugly to the extreme. His gaze turned dark and he said, "Since I can't lock you down, then this ancestor will shatter this entire region of S-P-A-C. This ancestor wants to see what you'll use to resist." His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying wood power of rule bloomed once again. Only to see his right foot stomp lightly, the earth shook and mountains swayed. Rumble. Fine spatial cracks spread out in all directions with him as the center. The S.P. A.C. within a radius of 1,000,000 miles started collapsing. Endless spatial storms were swept in from the spatial turbulent flows. This was the strength of a Tao ancestor. It was just that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. Without S.P. A.C. being locked down, Yi Yuan could travel millions of miles in an instant. How could a Tao ancestor hold him? Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian and said coolly, "Today's matter, this Yi has remembered it. The day when this Yi returns, I'll definitely settle this score properly with you all. Also, my secret, you can't cultivate it." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure gradually faded, finally vanished. Hi plus ing. Chapter 2444. Make way. Chapter 2444. Make way. Do you all know? The 9 great Tao ancestors' faces at that time were livid. Someone that even 9 great Tao ancestors can't keep behind is absolutely the most amazing existence since time immemorial. In the crowd, Bao Inquire talked about the scene at that time with a look of exultation, a look of enrapture on his face, while the heavenly emperors next to him opened their mouths wide with shocked faces. Although they did not believe it, this did not prevent them from being shocked. The news of 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands to deal with Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan leaving unrestrainedly, already spread throughout the entire heaven-span world like the wind. It was just that those who knew the details was none other than Bao Inquire. Bao Inquire's strength was not strong, but his ability to inquire about news was top-notch. Presently, these people around him seemed to be listening to a book from heaven, listening to the story of Yi Yuan's unrestrained departure. Bao Inquire, you're also 2 bulls. Hi plus T, right? 9 great Tao ancestors locked down S.P. A.C. with the power of rules. How did Saint Azure escape? Someone questioned. Bao Inquire chuckled and said, "This is also the most mysterious thing. So far, probably even the 9 great Tao ancestors haven't figured out how Lord Saint Azure did it, right? But I heard that there's a Civ secret on Lord Saint Azure." He clearly knew that these people would question. After all, this matter was too fantastical. Although the news already came out, the vast majority of the people felt that this incident was fake. In their hearts, Yi Yuan should have said the 9 great Tao ancestors test, and was released. Such an explanation was more reasonable. What secret? Sure enough, everyone was drawn by his words. Bao Inquire's eyes also revealed a hint of solemnness as he said, "I heard that he has the secret to break through the shackles of Tao ancestor on him." What? Bao Inquire, this joke of yours is also too much, right? Yeah, breaking through Tao ancestor's shackle? I heard that even the divine race's major powers can't break the shackles of Tao ancestor. Bao Inquire, your boasting is becoming more and more outlandish. Plus ha ha. Actually, the events of that day, the news that really transmitted out were extremely little. No idea what channel this Bao Inquire used either, to have actually inquired quite a bit of inside news. It was just that this piece of news was too earth-shattering and already exceeded people's understanding. Therefore, even if said, it was also treated as a joke by people. Bao Inquire just chuckled and said, "What the hell? Do you guys know? Originally, I also thought that the 9 great Tao ancestors summoned Saint Azure for the human race's safety. But, only all the way until Lord Saint Azure exposed this matter was the objective of the 9 great Tao ancestors completely bared there and then." He paused for a bit and continued, "Although there's no solid proof for this, you all use your brains and think. The 9 great Tao ancestors raised a big rumpus to deal with a martial artist who just entered Deva. Don't you all find it odd? Furthermore, Lord Saint Azure's awe-inspiring righteous aura rippled out in all directions on Origin Enlightened Mountain. Tens of millions of martial artists spontaneously rectified his name. How can he possibly betray the human race? This logic, even we can understand it. So would Tao ancestors not understand? If not, what can move 9 great Tao ancestors at the same time? Bao inquires A.N. Lysis was too articulate, making the group of heavenly emperors draw a cold breath. If this matter was true, then it was simply incredible. But what's above Tao ancestor? Is there really someone who can surpass Tao ancestor in this world? Bao inquire's gaze was deep as he said, then there's only waiting for that day when Lord Saint Azure returns. Currently, the 9 great Tao ancestors have already declared that Saint Azure betrayed the human race. Everyone has the right to punish. It's just that there are barely any who believe it. But it's probably irreconcilable till death between Saint Azure and the 9 great Tao ancestors. The group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. There was actually someone who was irreconcilable till death with the 9 great Tao ancestors. This matter was definitely an eternally strange tale. When the entire heaven-span world was in a stir about this, Yi Yuan already embarked on the road to the west. The 9 great Tao ancestors jointly announced to strip Saint Azure of his Tli and viewed him as the traitor of the human race. Except, there were few believers. The Battle of Origin in Lighten Mountain Range was too sensational. Coupled with Yi Yuan's prestige in the human race, there were barely any who believed Lin Chaotian their rubbish. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan did not cover up his tracks. Many powerhouses saw Yi Yuan and directly let him pass without any intention of stopping at all. Especially the land of the Western Realms, it was the land where Yi Yuan fought dauntlessly in bloody battles. His prestige was even more unbelievably high. There were even many powerhouses who knew that he was passing through and even took the initiative to come up to say hello. One needed to admit it was kind of ironic. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing in front of the entrance of the abyss-suppressing 8 realms, sighing ruefully. There was already a large number of abyss monster corpses that fell in front of him. Back then, he entered the abyss-suppressing 8 realms from here and had a great battle with the Dragon Clan. At present, this place already became a wasteland. There was devilish energy everywhere and no longer the natural grace in the past. The 8 great supreme demon clans had lasted here for as long as 10 billion years for the sake of guarding the abyss. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also planned for a long time for the resurgence of the human race. But the 9 great Tao ancestors stood at the pinnacle of the heaven-span world. What had they done? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's body had uncontrollable killing intent spilling out. Reaching the human race's life and death juncture, these few fellows were actually still coveting the secret on him. It was not that his Chaos Heavenspan canon could not be spread. It was just that his cultivation system was too unique. The 9 great Tao ancestors' foundation had already been established, and it was simply impossible to cultivate. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long set it on. Although this cultivation method was precious, in front of the human race's cardinal principles of righteousness, Saint Profound could even give up his life. So how could he not bear to give up a mere cultivation method? Don't you get too smug. The divine race's lords are currently on the way and are about to arrive soon. A Deva realm abyss monster said fearfully. As Yi Yuan advanced, he said coolly, I'm just going to the abyss world to take a look. Those who block me die. The group of abyss monsters exchanged glances, their faces dumbfounded. Both sides had already been fighting for many years. They had never seen before such an arrogant person, to actually dare to enter the abyss world alone. This guy was too arrogant. Before long, a large group of divine race powerhouses arrived. The one in the lead was a middle-stage 9 marks powerhouse. When he saw Yi Yuan, his expression could not help changing wildly as he cried out in shock, You're Yi Yuan. Hearing this name, the expressions of the divine race members and abyss monsters who were traveling with him all changed wildly. This name was simply a nightmare-like existence in the divine race presently. 8 Void Mountains battle, more than half of the divine race and abyss devil race were killed and injured, suffering a great loss in vitality. 10 billion years of ACCU. Mutilation was virtually destroyed overnight. This kind of disastrous lesson already turned into a nightmare, imprinting deeply into each divine race member's heart, unable to be erased. This person was simply the devil. Yi Yuan looked at the other party and said coolly, "I'm going to the abyss. Make way." That middle stage 9 marks powerhouse opened his mouth wide, having a look of disbelief on his face. This devil-like figure was actually going to head for the abyss alone? He could not resist swallowing his saliva. Waving his hand, he said, "And make way. Let him pass." Chapter 24:45. Don't provoke me. Chapter 24:45. Don't provoke me. This place was a dark world. There was a different moon hanging in the sky, white and holy. Under this moon, a figure was walking forward slowly, as if browsing this dark landscape. Around him, there were vague figures. It was just that no one dared to approach. Ever since Yi Yuan stepped into the abyss, the divine race's danger warning already rose to the highest level. The events here were currently being reported up layer by layer, reporting to the main center of the divine race. Before long, the few great progenitors would know this news. Before this, the divine race carried out the highest level of surveillance on Yi Yuan. Regarding these people, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of them. However, he directly chose to ignore it. If not for the 9 great Tao ancestors causing unexpected trouble, he would have long entered the abyss world to investigate things thoroughly. Ever since seeing Lier, Yi Yuan was filled with curiosity toward the divine race. In order to untie the bell, the person who tied it was required. Wanting to bring back the original Lier, he naturally had to understand this race first. Before this, apart from killing, there was only killing between him and the divine race. There was no time to understand at all. Of course, he also did not have that strength. Now, he stepped into creation realm. His spatial law already reached the acme of perfection. With the strength to protect himself, he could naturally come and investigate thoroughly. This guy is also too arrogant, right? Is he treating the abyss world as his own backyard? King Hell. I heard that even Lord Daymeld nearly died at his hands. If not for that I can't beat him. I'll definitely go forth and tear him up right now. Too arrogant. Why haven't those lords come yet? I'm already almost about to freaking explode. The divine race was proud. However, each step that Yi Yuan took currently was trampling on their pride. None of them dared to attack. This person was their nightmare. This person killed half of their people. This person sent the 10 billion year dream that the divine race had been suppressing back to its original point. If it was in the heavenspan world, then forget it. Now, he actually ran to the abyss world to posture. Each one of the divine race members around was livid. Yi Yuan was just feeling everything here on his own. The abyss world was very different from other small worlds. The abyss devil race was originally also one of the heavenspan world's members. They were the divine race's most loyal lackeys. Later on, the divine race retreated in defeat and arrived at the abyss devil race's base camp, the abyss world. This place was filled with powerful devilish energy. It was the forbidden land of all races. When humans came here, it was no different from courting death. He was currently walking when a powerful aura came from head-on in front. A figure stepped out of the void, his hands behind his back as he looked at Yi Yuan coldly. The arrival said coldly, "Brat, I didn't expect that, you actually grew to such a level. A pity I wasn't able to kill you back then. However, you delivered yourself to the doorstep today. This progenitor won't be courteous." Yi Yuan lifted his head. It was actually an acquaintance. Origin Guard. Back then, in Cloudheart Realm, Yi Yuan almost died at his hands. Seeing Origin Guard appear, the divine race members were extremely aroused. Origin Guard was a late-stage 9 marks mighty expert. Although he could not be compared to Daymeld, dealing with Yi Yuan was sufficient. Each and every one of them was gloating over his misfortune, waiting to see Yi Yuan being killed. But Yi Yuan just said coolly, "So, it's you. Don't waste your energy, you go back and tell Tianqing, I'll stroll around in the Abyss world for a few days. Then I'll go and find him." Origengard's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you are stupid? Just the likes of you, you also want to meet Lord Tianqing?" Waves of jeering laughs came from all around. Yi Yuan's words were too laughable. It was true that he was strong, but he relied on 8 Void Mountains Rule Grand Array to go on a massacre. In the Abyss world, there was no Rule Grand Array to protect him. Did this guy really take the Abyss world to be his own home? Still say stroll for a few days. Yi Yuan did not speak, he just hooked his finger at Origin Guard, signaling him to come over. The provocation intent was extremely thick. Courting death. Origin Guard gave a cold snort. His heavenly Dao True Martial suddenly released, and he rushed over toward Yi Yuan. The horrifying power was the same as back then. Boom. The place where Yi Yuan was standing directly turned into nothingness. It was just that Origengard's expression changed wildly. This move, he actually missed. 100 miles away, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You can't kill me, but I can kill all of them. Don't try to provoke me. The consequences are beyond your tolerance. I'm just here to find Tianqing to have a chat. Don't provoke me." Yi Yuan emphasized the last few words heavily. Killing intent was extremely thick. Origin Guard was extremely shocked in his heart. He had clearly sealed off this region of SPAC just now. How did Yi Yuan evade it easily? Just how many years had they not met? This guy was already strong until such an inconceivable degree? What on earth is going on? Lord Origin Guard actually can't do anything to him? This guy is too arrogant. He's using all of our lives to threaten Lord Origin Guard. He's going to find Lord Tianqing to have a chat. Chat your mom. Can this guy be any more arrogant? A feeling of humiliation spread out in everyone's hearts. Origin Guard was really held down by Yi Yuan, so he did not dare to make a move anymore. Don't provoke me, these 3 words, the warning intent was already very thick. Clearly, Yi Yuan's mood right now was not good. Although he did not understand how Yi Yuan evaded his attack, he did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan would really go on a killing spree. The reason why he did not currently was just because he did not want to fall out too hard with the divine race. Finding Lord Tianqing to chat. This guy was not joking. This guy. Just as Origin Guard was stunned, Yi Yuan did not even look at him and left straight away. Origin Guard's face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. He, an exalted divine race progenitor, was actually ignored by a junior. But what could he do? Everyone was stunned. No one could have thought that Lord Origin Guard came personally and was actually threatened by this human. Lord Origin Guard did not even dare to let out a fart. The news of Yi Yuan barging into the Abyss world shook the entire divine race very quickly. All of the divine race was filled with righteous indignation. How much divine race blood stained the hands of this devil? Now, he actually ran to the Abyss world to act wildly. But, the news of Origin Guard returning without a complete HI+ing anything similarly spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked. Origin Guard was one of the profound lineage's progenitors, his strength being fearsome. Even he actually could not do anything to this devil. This was too terrifying. What was even more damnable was that the divine race's upper echelons did not seem to have much reaction with regards to Yi Yuan's appearance. It was like this matter did not happen. This made all of the divine race feel even more humiliated. At the profound lineage ancestral land, Origin Guard had a look of indignation as he said to the elderly in front of him furiously, "Lord Origin Smile, this matter can't be tolerated. Lord Origin Smile, please make a move personally, and kill this boy. Otherwise, where will our divine race's face go?" This old man was the divine race profound lineage's forefather, Origin Smile. This was a terrifying existence on the same level as Tian Qing. A faint smile hung on Origin Smile's face, appearing very calm. He motioned for Origin Guard to sit down, and he said indifferently, "If he wants to meet Tian Qing, just let him go and meet. Withdraw all of the men. Leave him alone." Origin Guard's entire body shook, being stupefied on the spot. Chapter 2446. Unveiling the Eternal Secret. Chapter 2446. Unveiling the Eternal Secret. Lord Origin Smile. He already slapped faces until our doorstep. Yet we're actually going to watch just like that? Origin Guard had a shocked face as he said unwillingly. He was completely unable to understand Origin Smile's way of doing things. Something that ancestor could clearly suppress with a slap if he took action. Why did he say to just watch? But Origin Smile took his time and slowly took his seat and said, "If you know who he is, you wouldn't have this kind of thought." Origin Guard was taken aback, having a baffled look on his face. Who was Yi Yuan? Could it be that he would not know? Back then, he almost killed Yi Yuan. Who is he? Although this brat is formidable, he also merely just entered Deva realm. If Your Excellency took action, how can he have a reason to not die? Origin Guard asked in puzzlement. Origin Smile smiled faintly and he suddenly changed the topic and said, "Do you know at whose hands our divine race was defeated back then?" Origin Guard was stunned again, not knowing what Origin Smile meant, but he still said, "Back then, the human race's 18 grand ancestors suppressed our race's powerhouses with death. Especially Grand Ancestor SP-AC Team. He exiled Lord Tian Qing to the SP-AC Team turbulence. That's how our race was defeated. To be honest, we didn't lose." Origin Smile shook his head and said smilingly, "You're wrong. In the last Doomsday battle, we were defeated by the hands of the human race's 2 great saints. It's just that these 2 people were too low profile. So we didn't know at all. This matter only spread among the humans only recently too." Origin Guard's eyes revealed even more puzzlement. What did these have to do with Yi Yuan? Losing at whose hands, that was all 10 billion years ago already. What did it have to do with today? Origin Smile motioned for him to stay calm and sit down to listen slowly, then he slowly said, "In the last epoch, the human race was weak. So how did they suddenly rise up and had 18 grand ancestors appear? Don't you find it strange?" Origin Guard frowned, being uncertain what it meant. This was an eternal mystery. They completely did not know why the human race suddenly had experts as plentiful as clouds, suppressing the divine race. The human race back then was clearly unbelievably weak. Grand Ancestor SP-AC Team. These powerhouses seemed to have jumped out of crevices in a rock. They naturally acted in secret, hiding in a small world like us, and nurtured these powerhouses. Origin Guard said. Origin Smile nodded and said, "Indeed so. It's just that our divine race has Celestial Master Miluo surveying the world. With so many powerhouses rising up, it's impossible that he doesn't detect it at all. But he didn't detect it. So don't you find it strange?" Origin Guard's pupils constricted and he said, "I indeed strange." Origin Smile said, "In the history of the human race, 2 key figures had appeared before. These 2 people were respected by the myriad races, and they were conferred the Tli of azure and profound dual saints, illuminating through the ages. It was precisely these 2 key figures who changed the power structure of the heavenspan world." Origin Smile talked tirelessly, and Origin Guard listened in incredible shock. He never thought that there was actually still this unknown past in history. After the shock, Origin Guard suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Didn't he come to find Lord Origin Smile to talk about Yuan? So why did he digress to Azure and Profound Dual Saints? Yuan, but what have these got to do with Yuan? Origin Guard faintly felt that something was not quite right. But he could not figure out the crux, and could only ask. Origin Smile's fingers tapped on the table lightly, as if wanting him to relax, and he slowly opened his mouth and said, Yuan is the Saint Azure of the Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Origin Guard's pupils constricted, his entire body seemingly like he was electrocuted. He stood up quickly and cried out in surprise, What? Why, Your Excellency, this joke can't just be said out. If he's Saint Azure, he should be an old monster who has lived for 10 billion years. So how can he possibly only have this bit of strength? Origin Smile let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, When this ancestor heard this news, my reaction wasn't much better than yours. This matter sounds fantastical, however, it's absolutely true. This period of 10 billion years of S.P. A.C. team is actually completely in disorder. All of us have been living in a disoriented S.P. A.C. team. Also, I don't know what method Yuan used to actually travel through S.P. A.C. team and return to 10 billion years ago, leaving behind 18 inheritance grand arrays for the human race. That's how it created 18 grand ancestors. Origin Smile paused for a bit and said, Our divine race was actually defeated by him. Origin Guard already did not know how to describe his feelings. The thing that Origin Smile talked about was simply like a fantasy tale. It was too nonsensical. But he knew that Origin Smile would not joke with him. This matter must be absolutely true. These bits and pieces that were hidden in the dust of history actually affected the direction of the next 10 billion years. This kind of means simply Serpa. Said the ancients and amazed the contemporaries. Origin Guard felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. No idea how long had Pa said either, before Origin Guard recovered to his senses from the shock. His gaze turned intent and he said, Since that's the case, we should eliminate Yuan even more. Once he grows up, he'll simply be our divine race's nightmare. Origin Smile smiled bitterly again when he heard that and said, It's too late. He has already grown up. Origin Guard was perplexed and said, Your Excellency, you're one of the 8 great progenitors, with your level of prowess being unmatched. Could it be that you can't take care of a brat who just entered the Deva realm? Origin Smile shook his head and said, It's not hard for me to kill him. What's hard is that I'm unable to lock onto him at all. You should have already felt this. Origin Guard's entire body shook and he said in disbelief, This is impossible. With Your Excellency's strength, his spatial law is completely useless. Origin Smile let out a sigh and said, News just came over from the Heavenspan world. Yuan escaped alive from under the cooperation of 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors utilized 9 great power of rules to lock S.P. A.C., but he still escaped. No matter how strong this progenitor is, I'm also not stronger than the joined forces of 9 great Tao ancestors augmented by rules. Origin Guard felt his head explode all at once. 9 great Tao ancestors joined forces and actually let Yuan escape? How was this possible? Even if Yuan comprehended spatial rule, it was also impossible to accomplish it, right? The might of 9 great Tao ancestors, it was what even the divine race's progenitor was extremely apprehensive of. What right did Yuan have? He thought that Yuan just relied on spatial law to escape his certain kill blow. Looking at it now, he simply became a joke. Origin Smile glanced at him and said coolly, Now, you understand why he dared to come to the Abyss world by himself, right? Do as I say. Don't go and provoke him. If we really enrage him, he can't do anything to us, but those under middle stage 9 marks, there are probably few who can stay alive. Let him do whatever he wants to do. As long as it's not too overboard, leave him alone. The divine race's upper echelons maintained a tacit understanding unexpectedly. The people who had been keeping watch on Yi Yuan all along were also all withdrawn until not one of them remained, making it much more peaceful and quiet for him. Yi Yuan knew very well that the divine race's upper echelons must have obtained news from the heavenspan world. Although the divine race was defeated, it was impossible for them to not leave behind informants in the heavenspan world. The matter of 9 great Tao ancestors joining hands to deal with him shook the entire heavenspan world. It was impossible for the divine race to not know. These few days, Yi Yuan had been moving around on the profound lineage's territory. On this day, he arrived at the central region of the profound lineage, Heavenly War Hunting Ground. This place was the land where divine sons and divine daughters were selected. Chapter 2447 3 Great Heavenly Tao True Marshals. Chapter 2447 3 Great Heavenly Tao True Marshals. In the dense forest, there was a stretch of open ground. 5 or 6 men and women were currently carrying out a life and death fight. Terrifying dark marks bloomed in the dense forest, fighting incomparably fiercely. A quasi-divine son said in a solemn voice, "Yuan Ming, you have nowhere to run already. Hand over the Tao Mark crystal. Otherwise die." By the side, a quasi-divine daughter said coolly, "Yuan Ming, hand the Tao Mark crystal to me, I'll guarantee you from death." When the others heard that, their faces changed. That person who was being ganged up on laughed wildly and said, "The Tao Mark crystal is on me. You all come and take it if you have the ability." Humph! Courting death. The few people were furious and attacked Yuan Ming at the same time. But right then, a layer of ripples surfaced in SPAC. A powerful domain power suddenly erupted. The few people had no command over themselves and were directly pushed flying out, fresh blood spurting wildly. Yuan Ming was overjoyed. He already harbored the thought of certain death, did not expect that he was saved by someone in the end. "Many thanks for rescuing, Your Excellency." A figure slowly walked out, his aura illusory, making people unable to see clearly. However, the expressions of Yuan Ming and the other quasi-divine children changed wildly. "Human, who are you, to actually dare barge into Heavenly War Hunting Ground? Are you tired of living?" Yuan Ming and the others were incomparably shocked in their hearts. This place was the divine race's central region. So how could a mere human possibly arrive here without any sound? What were the lords doing? Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces and he said coolly, "Ask you all about someone. Tell me everything about her and I'll spare you all from death." His words carried a tone that did not allow questioning. However, these divine children did not care at all. One of them sneered and said, "Brat, if you have the time to threaten us here, might as well hurry up and run. Heavenly War Hunting Ground has middle stage 9 marks powerhouses garrisoning, they must be currently on their way." Whose H plus an invisible streak of sword energy came out, that quasi-divine child was already deader than dead before he even had time to react. "Divine daughter Yumengli, I want to know everything about her here," Yi Yuan still said nonchalantly. The few people were frightened by Yi Yuan, each and every one of their complexions turning pale. That streak of sword energy just now was seriously too strong. That sort of power said their understanding of humans. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards that quasi-divine daughter. The quasi-divine daughter's expression changed wildly and she stammered, I never heard of this name before. Don't kill me. Poochie." The moment a cold light appeared, the divine daughter died. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the quasi-divine son next to her. That quasi-divine son seemed to be stared at by the G-O-D of death, his hair standing on end. But right at this time, one powerful aura after another arrived with a howling, stepping on the air as they arrived. "Impudent! Who dares to cause havoc in the heavenly war hunting ground? The arrival's voice was akin to a great bell, his aura extremely imposing. Yi Yuan looked towards the arrival, a hint of a smile flash. Plusing across the corners of his mouth. Another old acquaintance. Yi Yuan, you? Why are you here? When the arrival saw Yi Yuan, he could not help crying out in surprise. Even his voice changed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Xian, long time no see." The arrival was none other than precisely the Divine Son who was pummeled heavily by Yi Yuan back then. It was Xian. Not seeing for many years, Xian's strength actually broke through to middle stage 9 marks too. Xian gave a cold laugh and said, "I didn't expect that you actually have the ability to sneak into heavenly war hunting ground. Hehe, it's just a shame that you're too stupid to actually expose your whereabouts here." These few years, Xian had been in charge of the Heavenly War Hunting Grounds Divine Children selection all along and did not take part in the war between the two races. And the outside world's news also did not reach here. Hence, he did not know what kind of sensation Yi Yuan entering the Abyss world caused. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help laughing as he said, "I think that you're mistaken. I didn't sneak in, but walked in openly." Xian laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Are you kidding me? Forget about you, even your human race's Tao ancestors also don't dare to enter the Abyss world swaggeringly. You're actually telling me that you walked in openly?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Looks like your intel is outdated enough." But Xian did not care, smiling coldly as he said, "You're here to find Yu Mengli, right? She is no longer who she used to be. She's currently our divine race's divine daughter. She is Lord Tianqing's successor. In the future, she even has the possibility of reaching Lord Tianqing's height." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I've already met her. I didn't come to find her. I'm just here to inquire from people on how she lived in the divine race. Since you came, you can tell me about it." Xian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Why should I tell you? Back then, being defeated at your hands, I cultivated desperately after returning. It's for the sake of finding you to get revenge. I didn't expect that you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep. After I cripple you, I'll bring you in front of Yu Mengli, and let her tell you herself." The defeat back then was a tremendous blow to Xian. After returning to the divine race, he cultivated desperately, and entered deep into dangerous places several times, narrowly escaping death. His talent was extremely high to begin with. Coupled with painstaking cultivation, that was how he broke through his bottlenecks repeatedly, reaching middle stage 9 marks heavenly Tao realm. Presently, he was already a top existence in the divine race. Such painstaking cultivation was all for Yi Yuan's sake. It was just that he did not know what kind of terrifying level the present Yi Yuan already reached. Xian knew that the divine race was defeated, but he did not know that they were defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. When everyone heard that, they all looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of surprise. "So, it's this human who defeated Lord Xian back then. This guy is dead for sure. Lord Xian has really been cultivating desperately these few years." Not only did his cultivation soar, he even comprehended 3 kinds of heavenly Tao true martial. Now, among our divine race's same rank, there's no one who's Lord Xian's match at all. This boy is dead for sure. The gazes that these people looked at Yi Yuan with were already like looking at a dead person. They all knew how much Lord Xian had put in his effort for today. Yi Yuan looked at Xian and shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Your strength indeed improved considerably, but it's just a pity that your intel is too outdated. Alright, since you're not talking, then I'll beat you until you talk." Xian gave a cold laugh and said, "You also broke through to the Deva realm? It's no use. The current me is no longer the me back then. Heavenly Tao True Martial, release. Void Blade." It was only to see Xian reach his hand out and beckon. A golden-colored light blade condensed and formed in his hand. Feather of heavenly Tao. A pair of white feathered wings slowly spread open behind his back. 9 heavens frost. On the body of the void blade, there was actually an additional layer of light white frost. The moment 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals emerged, the terrifying aura immediately swept throughout the entire heavenly war hunting ground. All of the divine sons and divine daughters inside were stirred. Everyone stopped cultivating one after another and looked toward these 2 people fighting fiercely in the air. Who is this to actually make Lord Xian unleash 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals? This guy is dead for sure. A divine son said. With 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals, his might was boundless. Xian stood proudly in the air, akin to a celestial deity. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said coldly, Yi Yuan, these 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals are all prepared for you. The void blade can slash all things in the world. Feather of heavenly Tao can increase my speed tenfold. 9 heavens frost can freeze S.P.A.C. You have no way of evading. Chapter 24:48. Not a shameful thing. Chapter 24:48. Not a shameful thing. Oh, is that so? Looks like it's indeed pretty scary. Facing Xian's 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. It was only to see him extend a hand out casually, and he then called out, "Sword, come." Then the sword of S.P.A.C. team came into being. The oppressive chill made Xian's expression change. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually condense a light sword out of thin air too. Then let me see how strong the 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals targeting me are. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xian's wrath was instantly ignited. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all. Courting death. Xian clenched his jaws tightly, the wings behind his back shaking slightly. His figure cut right through the void, arriving 1,000 feet in front of Yi Yuan. The speed was inconceivably swift. Only to see his wrist turn, the void blade suddenly slashed, directly slicing open a hole in the void. At the same time, layers of frost appeared around Yi Yuan. The S.P.A.C. around him was actually directly frozen. 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals suddenly erupting, the power was truly formidable to the extreme. The surrounding divine children were all extremely excited. They were already brought into submission by Xian's strength. Die! Xian let out a loud roar, the void blade SLAs. H.I. plussing down without hesitation. But right then, Yi Yuan moved. There was no Astonies. H.I. plussing strike with a shocking commotion. Even spatial law was not used. He just met the void blade with a casual swing. The frost in front of him was directly sliced into 2. The so-called imprisonment became a joke. Xian's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the light sword in Yi Yuan's hand was actually so sharp. In a blink of an eye, the blade and sword intersected. Crack, crack, crack. The void blade in Xian's hand actually produced fine crack. Pft! Xian seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire person being blown away. The void blade in his hand fragmented inch by inch. With a frontal clash, 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan won. Xian spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, eyes looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Everyone was transfixed, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. 3 great heavenly Tao true marshals, cultivation realm winning Yi Yuan's. He was actually completely defeated with one exchange? This was too ridiculous, right? And no way, right? Lord Xian couldn't even receive a single move? Lord Xian is already a top existence among 9 marks powerhouses. He was actually leapfrogged by a human in cultivation realm and then defeated? Who is he? When did such a prodigious powerhouse appear in the human race? The divine children felt that their worldview had completely crumbled. The powerful divine race was actually defeated by a human. This is the result of your hard work over these years? Really weak. Yi Yuan brandished his sword and cornered Yi Yuan, a look of disappointment on his face. Xin was indeed very strong. It was just that he was not even as good as the Daimeld after getting injured. How could he be his match? Let alone that the current Yi Yuan was also much stronger compared to when he just broke through. Xin had a look that was battered out of his senses. He cultivated bitterly for so long, narrowly escaping death several times. What he waited for was today. Ever since the last defeat, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds these few years, and he originally thought that he could avenge himself. Who would have expected that he lost in a single exchange? The three great heavenly Tao true marshals were weak like a pile of sand sculptures in front of Yi Yuan, crumbling at a touch. Before taking action, he felt that he was strong to the extreme. But after attacking, just as Yi Yuan said, he was too weak. Impossible. How can I lose to you? This is impossible. How much hards? I plus P have I suffered these few years? It was for the sake of defeating you. I won't lose. I won't lose. Xin roared angrily. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, You only cared about cultivating. You probably don't know how many major events happened outside these few years. If you knew, you wouldn't be so naive anymore. But it all doesn't matter. Tell me about Lier's affairs, or die. Yi Yuan's words were said very lightly as if they were friends engaging in small talk. But anyone could tell that he did not mind killing Xin off. Xin and Nine Origin were both the chief culprits who took Lier away back then. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest psychological burden in killing him. Kill if you want to. Even if I die, I won't tell you a single word too. Xin roared angrily. Oh, go and die then. Yi Yuan just gave a nonchalant, oh. The sword of S.P.A.C. team was moving forward, and it was about to kill. The expressions of the divine children changed wildly, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed, disappearing from his original spot with a teleport. S.P.A.C. trembled slightly. An old man stepped out of the void in front of Xin. Appearing together with him was also Origin Guard. The moment this old man in front of him appeared, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong pressure. This old man looked just like an ordinary old man. Too ordinary. Then there was only one explanation. This old man was too strong. The old man said with a laugh, Ho ho, well deserving of being the Saint Azure of Eternity. Such keen insight. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, You're the profound lineage's progenitor? The old man nodded slightly and admitted, This old man is Origin Smile. I'm precisely the profound lineage's progenitor. Xin had a shocked face. He did not expect that it actually alarmed Lord Progenitor. Lord Origin Smile, I lost face for the profound lineage. Xin knelt down and kowtowed as he said. Origin Smile said smilingly, There's no shame in losing to Saint Azure. Get up. Xin had a dumbfounded look, uncertain what it meant. Origin Guard motioned for him not to talk and to just listen by the side. Origin Smile looked toward Yi Yuan and said, With how honorable Saint Azure's status is, don't haggle over things with juniors. Lier is different from them and isn't cultivating in Heavenly War hunting ground. You can't inquire about anything too. Why not go to this old man's place? This old man will tell you everything. How about it? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tightly, very unhappy with Origin Smile's form of address. 1. However, he still nodded his head and said, Okay. Please. Origin Smile turned sideways slightly and made an inviting hand gesture. Yi Yuan did not say a word, figure moving, merging into the void. Everyone present was dumbfounded. All the way until Origin Smile's figure disappeared, the entire Heavenly War hunting ground was deathly silent. Lord Progenitor was actually so polite to a human? There was no mistake, right? Especially Xin. His pair of eyes were almost popping out. He thought that Progenitor came to help him kill Yi Yuan. In the end, he was so courteous toward Yi Yuan. Lord Origengard, what's going on here? Xian asked dumbfoundedly. Origengard sighed and said, Yi Yuan is no longer the original Yi Yuan. You've been in close seclusion cultivation all along these few years and don't know what happened in the outside world. Our divine race's defeat was thanks to him. Origengard did not hide anything either, briefly recounting Yi Yuan's matter. Finished saying, Origengard patted Xian's shoulder and said with a sigh, losing to him isn't something disgraceful. You have to know, even the human race's 9 great Tao ancestors suffered a big loss to him. Otherwise, with his cultivation realm, how can he dare enter the abyss world? Finished saying, Origengard turned around and left. Xian's entire person was frozen there, feeling like his entire person was unwell. Anyone who heard about Yi Yuan's affairs would probably not be fine. Xian was merely having the same reaction of Origengard back then. 1. Calling her Lear. Chapter 2449. Realm of 10 Marks. Chapter 2449. Realm of 10 Marks. Amidst an ethereal mountainous landscape, there were pavilions and terraces, with the spiritual energy being extremely oppressive. Yi Yuan followed Origin Smile to this place, and could not help being greatly surprised. This place actually had spiritual energy. Seemingly detecting Yi Yuan's surprise, Origin Smile said smilingly, Devilish energy and spiritual energy are both a type of heaven and earth energy. They can actually be converted into each other. This sort of thing isn't something that only you can do. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing understanding. It was just that who could know the shock in Origin Smile's heart? This sounded simple, but apart from the few of them progenitors, no one in the divine race could do it. But he already noticed previously that Yi Yuan was constantly refining the devilish energy to cultivate. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's understanding of heaven and earth energy already reached the level of them, these progenitors. This was too terrifying. This Saint Azure was exuding abnormality all over his body, even he, this progenitor, could not see through him. The two took their seats between the mountains and rivers. Yi Yuan sat opposite of Origin Smile calmly, without the slightest fear. To bystanders, being so close to a progenitor was equivalent to seeking death. But to him, Origin Smile was not much different from ordinary people. If Origin Smile had any malicious intent, Yi Yuan only needed to stir his thoughts and he would be able to leave. Within his domain, he made the call. How is Lear different from them? Yi Yuan went straight to the point. Origin Smile did not answer. He smiled and said, Saint Azure and Little Lee are a pair of dragon and phoenix among men, being a match made in heaven and earth. As long as you can join our divine race, you guys will be able to continue your former fated relations. Hi+P. So why bother working yourself to the bone for those few despicable villains? Those few villains that Origin Smile was talking about were naturally referring to the 9 great Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan knew that this matter naturally could not hide from the divine race's progenitors. Yi Yuan's contributions were high until it shocked the world. His accomplishments said ancient and modern times, but he was framed by the 9 great Tao ancestors, becoming the human race's traitor. Who could tolerate this sort of thing? If it were ordinary people, the divine race would naturally disdain to rope in. But Yi Yuan was different. He was Saint Azure. Furthermore, wanting to rope Yi Yuan in, now was the best time. As long as Yi Yuan defected to the divine race, the human race would definitely be defeated. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Put away your little ulterior thoughts. I, Yi Yuan, am not working for anyone. I only seek to have a clear conscience. The few of them aren't qualified enough to make me sell my life. Origin Smile was indifferent and said smilingly, But, however vast the world is, there's already no place for you to stay. The human race's destruction won't take long either. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Even if the human race is defeated, I'll also send you all back into the abyss again in the future. The smile on Origin Smile froze, feeling like the topic could not quite continue anymore. This guy was really impervious to everything. He was somewhat unable to understand why a guy who was abandoned by his race was so stubborn. You're very confident, huh? It's just that, you probably don't know how strong Tianqing is. Furthermore, in the near future, we'll also have one more Tianqing level powerhouse. Origin Smile said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark and he said with a frown, You're talking about Lear? Origin Smile nodded and said, That's right. Didn't you ask how is she different from the rest? She is the same as Tianqing. She is of the innate Dao physique, that's one of its kind. Heh, those few Dao ancestors of your human race think that we're apprehensive of their Dao ancestors' strength. Actually, that's not the case at all. We're just waiting for little Li's rise. At that time, with 2 Tianqings, what will your human race use to stop? Even if it was Yi Yuan, he also could not help drawing a cold breath. He did not think that Lier's talent was actually so powerful. No wonder the last time he saw her, she actually gave him a sense of danger. One had to know, he already broke through to creation realm at that time. Yi Yuan frowned and said, If she's not cultivating at Heavenly War Hunting Ground, then where is she cultivating? Ancestral land. Right now, Tianqing is personally teaching her. With her rate of improvement, before long, she'll be able to become our divine race's second 10 marks realm. Origin Smile said. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly and he cried out in surprise, 10 marks realm? Origin Smile nodded and said with a smile, The 7 of us great progenitors are all at the grand completion 9 marks heavenly Dao realm. Only Tianqing strode across the shackles of 9 marks, reaching the realm of 10 marks. He is undying and imperishable. Ho, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong, but facing Tianqing, you still have no chance of winning. How formidable was Grand Ancestor S.P. A.C. team back then? Wasn't he powerless against Tianqing too? I know that your talent is even greater than Grand Ancestor S.P. A.C. teams. It's just that at the very most, you can at best tie with him. That's all. The human race only have 1 Saint Azure, but my divine race has 2 Tianqings. Even if the human race produced Yi Yuan, this level of talent who could rule the world, the divine race would never give up on retaking the heaven-span world too. They were still BRIMMING with confidence. Where did their reliance lie? Tianqing, the realm of 10 marks. This was an insurmountable existence. This was an undying and imperishable myth. Even if it was Saint Azure, he could at most fight to a draw with Tianqing too. The divine race was not afraid. Origin Smile looked at Yi Yuan with a smile on his face. He weighed the pros and cons, hoping that Yi Yuan could change his mind. After all, the human race already had nothing worthy of him being reluctant to part anymore. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever person and knew which side to choose. This doomsday battle was a war without the least bit of suspense, from that moment when the divine race obtained Li'er. However, after Yi Yuan experienced the initialmost shock, he slowly raised his head and looked at Origin Smile meaningfully, and said with a smile, In your mind, I can only fight to a draw with Tianqing? Origin Smile chuckled and said, I know what you want to say. Those few guys are already possessed by the devil, to actually believe this sort of thing. Or is it that you really believe that you can become a sovereign above Dao ancestors? No one can transcend worldliness in this world. In Origin Smile's view, this rumor was just a wishful thinking of the 9 great Dao ancestors. It was just that they did not know how much research Lin Chaotian had done on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan was an ordinary genius, how could he have entered his arcane sights? The heaven-span world's spiritual energy being resurrected, heaven-span mountains phantom, an unusual cultivation realm, it all proved his conjecture. Otherwise, how could Lin Chaotian make a move to target Yi Yuan at the risk of universal condemnation? The allure of breaking the shackles was seriously too great. Especially to them, these Tao ancestors, this sort of allure was simply irresistible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also don't know if I can transcend worldliness or not, but I won't let the divine race enslave the human race again. This is my bottom line. If you all want to return to the last epoch, then step over my dead body. As he said, he slowly got up and said coolly, All right. Dissidence of opinion makes it useless to talk. Looks like we have nothing to talk about. I want to see Tian Qing. Clearly, Origin Smile could not convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan likewise could not convince Origin Smile. The desperate struggle between the two races would not change because of him, Yi Yuan alone. And Yi Yuan's attitude would also never change. Even if Li would become the second Tian Qing, it was also unable to change Yi Yuan's determination to protect the human race. However, Yi Yuan's objective in coming to the Abyss World was to understand the reason for Li's change. He needed to see Tian Qing. Chapter 2450. You hurt me and laughed it off. Chapter 2450. You hurt me and laughed it off. Stepping into this valley, Yi Yuan felt tremendous pressure. This kind of pressure, Yi Yuan did not even feel before on the 9 great Tao ancestors' bodies. On both sides were rows of statues of different shapes and colors. The oppression emanating off each statue was actually no less than late-stage 9 marks powerhouses. Yi Yuan had seen the appearance of these statues before. It was precisely those 8 statues that he saw at the hidden lineage. It was just that the statues here were of different shapes, but much more complex than the hidden lineage. Sing through this corridor of statues, Yi Yuan arrived at the entrance of a huge cave. The terrifying undulation that he felt came from precisely here. Yi Yuan knew that this place was where the divine race's truly powerful secret lied. 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave, making Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned stiff. You came. Yu Mengli opened her mouth and said. Her tone was still indescribably distant. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Mn, I came to see what turns you into like this. Yu Mengli said coolly, This is how I am originally. In the past, it's just that I didn't awaken. Yi Yuan's heart felt pain without any cause, but he still said, I'll bring you home. Yu Mengli did not speak, but her expression was indescribably contemptuous. At this time, the old man next to her smiled and said, You're Yi Yuan? Ho ho, this old man waited for 10 billion years in order to see you. The old man's smile was very contorted. The aura on his entire person was very messy. A little hideous and unsightly. He looked like he suffered very serious injuries. However, Yi Yuan did not remember that he had met him before. Oh? Why do you want to see me? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. The old man's expression suddenly became extremely savage, and he said with a strange smile, Why do I want to see you? Jeej. It's you who made this old man suffer 10 billion years of torment in the ancestral land. It's you who made this old look neither like a human nor a ghost. Why do you think this old man wants to see you? A terrifying aura instantly spread out, locking onto Yi Yuan instantaneously. That imposing aura was actually not much weaker than Origin Smile. This old man was actually an existence close to a progenitor. However, Yi Yuan's countenance did not change when facing the 9 great Tao ancestors. So why would he fear an old man? He just shrugged and said coolly, How would I know? What does the torment you suffered have to do with me? Yi Yuan's expression triggered the old man deeply. He suddenly became incomparably berserk and said with a furious roar, You caused this old man to become like this and still dare to laugh it off? Because you and that heavenly emperor profound secrets hid from this old man's surveillance, this old man suffered the agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces here for 10 billion years because of self-condemnation. You dare say that it has nothing to do with you? The current old man had bloodshot eyes and was incomparably maniacal, almost rampaging. Clearly, He hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. And Yi Yuan finally discerned a clue. He revealed a faint look of enlightenment and said, "So, you're Celestial Master Miluo." Yi Yuan had once heard of this Celestial Master Miluo from Jian Rufeng. Back then, although Jian Rufeng and Celestial Master Miluo did not have a frontal confrontation, they had crossed swords secretly for countless years. It was just that Celestial Master Miluo himself was not aware. However, Jian Rufeng also had the greatest esteem for this Celestial Master Miluo, lauding his divination arts with praises unceasingly. Jian Rufengul was also merely a hair's breadth stronger than Celestial Master Miluo. Hence, he had to borrow the power of 100 Jian family powerhouses before he could plus ELD Heaven's Secrets. 10 billion years ago, Yi Yuan had once appeared before and had also once attracted Celestial Master Miluo's attention. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan traveled across time and Heaven's secrets were fleeting and ephemeral. Coupled with that, Yi Yuan himself was incomparably unpredictable, therefore, Celestial Master Miluo could not find him at all. Furthermore, the time that Yi Yuan appeared was extremely short. Later on, he even disappeared. Therefore, Miluo never met Yi Yuan before at all. However, it was precisely these two guys that he had never seen before who made him suffer endless humiliation, making him suffer the agony of being sliced to 1,000 pieces in the ancestral land. This misery, only he himself understood it. What was even more infuriating was that he was defeated without rhyme or reason. He did not even know who his opponent was. Only all the way until recently, when the legend of Azure and Profound Dual Saints came to light among the human race, did Celestial Master Miluo woke up like a dream. Combining with the heavenly Tao that he divined back then, it was not difficult for Celestial Master Miluo to divine that Yi Yuan was precisely that person that he kept looking for back then but could not find. Today, when he saw Yi Yuan, this fury could not be contained any longer and erupted. "Jeej. Brat, turns out that you know this old man, huh? You caused this old man to have no peace for 10 billion years. Today you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep. You can't be forgiven." Celestial Master Miluo said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan had a sad expression on his face as he said, "Sorry about it, causing you to become like this. I blame myself very much in my heart." Celestial Master Miluo sneered and said, "It's too late to blame yourself now." Yi Yuan hurriedly waved his hand and said excitedly, "Not too late, not too late. I blame myself that you're not miserable enough yet. To actually run into you today, it's really great." Celestial Master Miluo's expression changed wildly, and he roared, "Courting death!" A terrifying aura instantly erupted. Celestial Master Miluo raised his hand and it was a punch. The entire SPAC started trembling. The horrifying power of Heavenly Tao directly constricted the SPAC where Yi Yuan was standing to the extreme. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled and his figure flashed, instantly disappearing from where he was. Boom! Celestial Master Miluo's punch missed and his expression could not help changing wildly. "Brat, I see where you can run to in my divine race's ancestral land." Boom! 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 Celestial Master Miluo completely erupted, hitting until the void trembled. However, this ancestral land's SPAC seemed to be protected by some inexplicable power. It actually did not collapse. It was just that no matter how hard Celestial Master Miluo attacked, he could not touch a corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Celestial Master Miluo, you surveyed the world for the divine race. Have you counted how many have died at your hands directly and indirectly? The crimes that you've committed are too numerous to be recorded. These 10 billion years aren't even enough to redeem your crimes. Do you feel pain now? Then those myriad races geniuses who died in your hands, do you understand their pain?" Yi Yuan's words were full of disdain. Celestial Master Miluo surveyed the world, and was also the most notorious executioner at that time. The myriad races geniuses that died at his hands were simply beyond counting. How could these crimes be what 10 billion years could redeem? Yi Yuan felt that it was not enough. Celestial Master Miluo roared angrily, "Rubbish! Plus my divine race towers above the myriad races. Those ants actually dared to rebel against my divine race. Death isn't regrettable." But Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Is that so? Looks like you hate me very much. Then I appeared in front of you, and you also can't finish me off. Does it feel very uncomfortable? Is the divine race very impressive? You, a progenitor CLA's powerhouse, can't even take care of me, this new Deva realm? Really disgraceful." Sure enough, Celestial Master Miluo was driven crazy by Yi Yuan's words. His so many years of humiliation finally found a place to vent. Now, he actually could not do anything to the other party. Nothing was more maddening than this. Chapter 2451. Have you given up? Chapter 2451. Have you given up? Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. If you're a man, have an open and above-board fight with this old man, Celestial Master Miluo roared angrily. He already unleashed all of his abilities, and even employed Heavenly Dao True Martial. His Heavenly Dao True Martial could predict his opponent's next move, and it was extremely accurate. It was just a pity that it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. He could never determine where Yi Yuan would appear in the next second. Using coming and going like a shadow to describe Yi Yuan could not be more apparent. And the SPAC that he sealed off was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could always escape his lockdown easily. Celestial Master Miluo was practically going insane. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Old fogey, pretending to be a man with me? If you have the capabilities, suppress your cultivation realm to the initial stage 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm. I guarantee that I'll beat you until even your mum can't recognize you." The corners of Celestial Master Miluo's mouth twitched slightly, almost exploding. With Yi Yuan's combat power, if he was in the same realm, he could only be crushed. He became completely demotivated. Unable to hit him and also could not win in a quarrel. How to play? By the side, Yu Mengli's gaze flickered indeterminately, not knowing what she was thinking about either. However, she did not make a move all along, just quietly watching. Right then, a voice slowly came from the cave. "Miluo, let him enter. You can't deal with him." Miluo's expression changed slightly. Finally, he still gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, "Yes." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Continue blaming yourself then. It's best that you blame yourself for another 10 billion years. At that time, perhaps your crimes can be lessened a little. Of course, if you stop condemning yourself, I'll lend you a helping hand in the future." Finished saying, he walked away, leaving behind Miluo, who had an angry expression. Yu Mengli hesitated for a moment and also followed into the cave. She led Yi Yuan through the cave. Ahead, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life hit him head-on. This kind of aura seemed to be like an eternal existence, as if overriding above all life. The further ahead he went, the more Yi Yuan felt an archaic aura, which simply made people prostrate in wars. H.I.P. Gradually, an underground hall entered Yi Yuan's eyes. A tall and straight back currently had his back facing Yi Yuan, kneeling in front of the 8GOD statues. Yi Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at the 8GOD statues, and his mind was shocked. At this moment, that kind of aura that towered above all life was exceptionally strong. The 8GOD statues seemed to have souls. They were looking at him too. Those gazes attacked straight at the heart. At this moment, Yi Yuan actually had an impulse to wars. H.I.P. These 8GOD D statues wanted to make him submit. Yi Yuan's mind shook greatly, hurriedly mustering the heavenly Tao power of the lesser heaven-span mountain to deal with this power. Swaz. H. Plus that man who had his back facing Yi Yuan suddenly launched an attack at this moment, throwing a punch over. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Yuan. The terrifying pressure was virtually crucial. Hi plus-ing Yi Yuan into a meat pancake, making him feel asphyxiated. Too strong. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, immediately urging spatial law. Boom. The place where Yi Yuan was standing, there was a violent tremor in SPAC. But the current Yi Yuan switched positions with that man. The man's attack missing, he did not pursue, but withdraw his aura instead and stood with his hands behind his back, sizing Yi Yuan up with interest. Well deserving of being Saint Azure. This ancestor's attack, even if a Tao ancestor was here, it would be too late to avoid it too. I didn't expect that you could actually resist the heavenly might of the 8G ODS and avoid this strike of mine. I'm very curious. How did you do it? The man said with a faint smile. This strike earlier, he did not hold back. Furthermore, this place had the blessing of the 8GOD statues. The SPAC was extremely stable. Under such SPAC, wanting to use spatial law to evade attacks was doubly difficult. Let alone that the 8GOD statues' heavenly might was irresistible. Even if a Tao ancestor was here, they would surely be affected too. This strike earlier was absolutely a certain kill blow in the eyes of the man. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan actually still evaded it? Yi Yuan frowned and looked at the man and said, "You're Tianqing?" The man said coolly, "That's right. It's precisely this ancestor. Speaking of which, this ancestor still has to thank you. If not for you restoring the chaotic SPAC team, this ancestor will probably still be exiled in the SPAC team turbulence." This man was the divine race sovereign who made the heaven-span world tremble, the one and only Tenmark's powerhouse. He was Tianqing. This blow earlier looked simple, but actually, it was incredibly lethal. Yi Yuan deeply felt his power. Because that strike earlier, it actually affected his chaos world. The current Yi Yuan had his vital energy and blood surging, the chaos world being in havoc. It could be seen to what degree the power of this punch was strong until Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart and said with a sigh, "I still underestimated the heroes of the world. The force of his fist already reached the level of Tao and can affect my chaos world through spatial nodes. Truly inconceivable." Fortunately, Tianqing did not have the intention of continuing to attack. Otherwise, whether or not he could walk out of the abyss world was still unknown. Clearly, Tianqing was wary of Yi Yuan too. Earlier, he was just testing a little, to see if Yi Yuan was really as impressive as the rumors. If he really killed Yi Yuan, it would naturally be over. Who would have thought that he actually still failed? Yi Yuan could not even be killed in the ancestral land, it went even more without saying outside. However, by the side, Celestial Master Miluo and Yu Mengli were dumbfounded with shock. Especially Celestial Master Miluo, his mouth opened wide, and could not close for a long time. He had never seen Tianqing fail before. Even if facing Grand Ancestor SPAC team back then, Tianqing's attacks would never miss too. No one could avoid his punch. The Grand Ancestor SPAC team who comprehended SPAC team law to the extreme could not either. But Yi Yuan actually evaded it. How shocking was this? In his view, Yi Yuan entering the ancestral land was completely an act of seeking death. But who knew that even the divine race's strongest, Tianqing, could not do anything to Yi Yuan? Was this guy really so amazing? The fact was, he really was. No need to say thanks. One day, I'll personally kill you with my own hands. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. But when Tianqing heard that, He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, someone capable of killing me, there wasn't any in the past, and there also won't be any in the future. To tell you the truth, unless these 8G.O.D.S come to life, otherwise, no one in the heaven-span world can kill me. I know that your talent is very strong, but it's useless. This ancestor is undying and imperishable. You can't kill me. In the future, at best, this ancestor will dread you to some extent. That's all." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then let's wait and see." Tianqing shook his head slightly, seemingly not willing to argue about this. His confidence stemmed from his strength that was powerful until it was heaven-defying. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. "You came for Little. Do you understand it now?" Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "My divine race is a race favored by heaven. These 8G.O.D.S are precious gifts from heaven, letting us stand above all life. Little is someone of the divine race. She's proud of being a member of the divine race, and she'll also fight for the divine race. So, have you given up?" Chapter 24:52. Goodness me, got swindled. Chapter 24:52. Goodness me, got swindled. These 8G.O.D statues in front of him seemed to have a kind of magical power. Yi Yuan looked at them and had a feeling of facing the heaven-span mountain. Strong. Ridiculously strong. What was the origin of these 8G.O.D statues? If not for Yi Yuan having the lesser heaven-span mountain, he would not have been able to resist the powerful pressure of these 8G.O.D statues at all, and would have long surrendered. One had to know, even when Yi Yuan was facing the 9 great Tao ancestors, he did not employ the power of the lesser heaven-span mountain. These 8G.O.D statues were incredibly mysterious. Yi Yuan ignored Tianqing but sized the 8G.O.D statues up hard. These idols were definitely the key to solving the problem with Li'er. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked over toward the first idol. This idol was incomparably ferocious, an appearance of baring its fangs and brandis. Ing its claws. Its right hand was even holding a fork, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan walked in step by step. The power of that idol also became greater and greater. Especially the expression on the idol, it seemed to have changed, becoming unbelievably angry. He seemed to feel that this ant in front of him actually dared to be impudent in front of him. Tianqing watched this scene calmly and did not stop it. Yumengli frowned a little and said, "Lord Tianqing." Tianqing extended his hand to interrupt Yumengli's words and said coolly, "I know what you want to say, and also know that you still have feelings for him. But this is his own choice. Furthermore, although this ancestor isn't afraid of him, I also don't wish for the human race to have an existence that can rival this ancestor to appear. Do you understand?" Yumengli's face revealed a reluctant look and closed both eyes in pain. Although she firmly believed that she was a member of the divine race, being completely devoted to the divine race, her nature was not wiped out. She was still that Yumengli. She still loved Yi Yuan deeply. It was just that she knew Yi Yuan's character. It was impossible to defect to the divine race for her. And it was also impossible for her to return to the human race because of Yi Yuan. Therefore, she chose to restrain her feelings. But, when Yi Yuan faced life and death, she still could not bear it. Yi Yuan approached step by step. The entire hall was trembling. Furthermore, the trembling grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan had the help of the lesser heaven-span mountain, and did not fear the coercion of the idol at all. Facing the coercion of the 8 idols, the Tai Chi diagram faintly lit up behind him, and was actually trying to fight back. But the more so, the stronger the reaction of the 8 idols. Even the expression on Tianqing's face also became solemn as he said with a frown, "This brat actually still has the strength to fight back in front of the 8G.O.D.S. However, he dares to provoke the 8G.O.D.S. There's only a road that leads to death." That was right. Yi Yuan was provoking the 8 idols. Wanting to figure out the secret of the God statues, ordinary methods were definitely useless. Therefore, Yi Yuan wanted to see just what the these 8 idols were. It was just that this scene was tantamount to playing with fire and burning oneself in the view of Tianqing and the others. The closer he got, the more Yi Yuan felt the terrifying pressure. The 8 idols were clearly already furious to the extreme. The entire great hall's trembling became even more intense. Rumble. Suddenly, the 8 idols emitted a dazzling light at the same time, illuminating the entire great hall like daytime. An enormous vortex condensed and formed above the great hall. A powerful to the extreme suction force suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan's physical body did not have many abnormalities, but his divine soul was actually going to leave his body involuntarily. Yi Yuan's heart shook greatly, wanting to teleport away. However, this suction force was too terrifying. He could not teleport at all. With this, it really stabbed the hornet's nest. The power of these 8 idols, they were much stronger than he imagined. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help opening his mouth wide. It was still his first time seeing that the idols would be so enraged. As for the 3 of them, they did not feel much. The divine race had long already unified spirit and body. This vortex did not target them. However, Yu Mengli's expression changed wildly. Her figure moved, about to go over and save Yi Yuan. Previously, she did not save because she knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to protect himself. But now, she could not continue watching anymore. However, a powerful suction came whistling from the rear. She was actually unable to move an inch forward anymore. Tianqing did not allow her to take action. Lord Tianqing. Yu Mengli turned around and glared. Tianqing was unmoved and said coolly, "Do you want to disobey the 8 extreme divinities?" 8 extreme divinities was the name of these 8 idols. Yu Mengli had a conflicted look, looking towards Yi Yuan in pain. While over there, Yi Yuan also saw this scene earlier, and the corners of his mouth could not help revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, Lier's heart had not changed. With this, it was enough. Although he encountered a dangerous situation, Yi Yuan did not regret it. He could forget his own safety and brave dangers for Mu Lingshu, so he could naturally also throw away his life for Lier. Very soon, Yi Yuan's divine soul was forcefully pulled out of his physical body like plucking a carrot. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's divine soul was akin to a wild horse that ran away and was sucked into the vortex in a blink of an eye. After this, everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's physical body was standing there, motionless. 2 rows of clear tears fell down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. She fell to the ground softly. It was as if all of her strength was drained. Ha ha ha, dead. This D.A.M. And Brat is finally dead, provoking the Lord Divinities? This serves him right. But when Celestial Master Miluo saw this scene, he let out a wild laugh. He was previously toyed with by Yi Yuan until he was confused and disoriented. 10 billion years of humiliation, but it was still humiliation to this day. But now, he was taken care of by the 8 extreme divinities. How could he not be delighted? Even Tianqing also spat out a turbid breath slightly, as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Clearly, Yi Yuan's existence still gave him tremendous pressure. Now that Yi Yuan was dead, he could finally make a move against the human race without worrying. Miluo, destroy his physical body. It's also considered to have drawn a conclusion to your 10 billion years of humiliation, Tianqing slowly said. Heh heh, alright. Celestial Master Miluo said with a sinister smile. These 10 billion years of torture made him become a little neurotic. Now that he had this opportunity, he had a morbid pleasure. He walked towards Yi Yuan step by step, a hint of cruelty at the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan's head was slumped, still maintaining the same posture as before, motionless. Celestial Master Miluo got closer and closer and turned his palm up. A powerful force rolled in the palm of his hand. With this palm landing, Yi Yuan's physical body would probably be shattered. Jeej, brat, who asked you to show off? Is Saint Azure very impressive? My divine race is the race favored by heaven. You provoked the 8 extreme divinities. It's angering heaven. How can heaven tolerate you? Go and die. While laughing strangely, Celestial Master Miluo's palm fell down, smacking toward Yi Yuan's head. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head. There was a grayish-white color in his eyes. Celestial Master Miluo originally came in a threatening manner, but currently, he jumped greatly in fright. He really jumped up. Goodness me, God swindled. Celestial Master Miluo cried out strangely and hurriedly jumped away. Tianqing's expression changed and looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he exclaimed, "This? What in the world is going on?" Chapter 2453. Don't provoke him. Chapter 2453. Don't provoke him. Swaz. H. Plus the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next instant, Celestial Master Miluo's hair stood on end, a feeling of danger suddenly arising. Behind him, a terrifying force was currently erupting. The void shook. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared 100 feet behind Celestial Master Miluo, and his hand was already holding the limitless God killing bow and sword of SPAC team. The arrow was on the bow. It was only to see his fingers loosen. An incomparably sharp cold light erupted in an instant. At such a close distance, forcefully resisting the sword of SPAC team released by the limitless God killing bow, the power could be imagined. All of these happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, inconceivably fast. Clearly, the gray pupil Yi Yuan had already planned everything. In an instant, Celestial Master Miluo did not have time to turn around. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the power of protection instantly released. This sudden scene, even Tianqing did not react to it. Everything happened too suddenly. Boom. It was only to hear a loud noise. Celestial Master Miluo's body was directly blasted flying. It was also that his strength was too strong. Otherwise, with this sword, even if it was a Deva 5th blight, they would have to die with regrets too. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's calculation ability was unparalleled in the world. An ice-cold personality unleashed his calculation ability to the extreme. Swaz. H. Plus the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more, escaping into the chaos world once again. When he appeared again, he already caught up to Celestial Master Miluo again. It was just that at this time Tianqing already reacted to it. His figure suddenly disappeared, arriving behind Yi Yuan in the blink of an eye. If Yi Yuan killed Miluo, he would kill Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared again, dodging this strike. Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, immensely shocked. The feeling that this gray pupil Yi Yuan gave him was even more dangerous than earlier. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's cultivation realm and strength, it was completely impossible to harm Celestial Master Miluo, even if under the circumstances that he was caught off guard. But Yi Yuan's timing was grasped too brilliantly. He made use of the time when everyone was stunned and instantly controlled everything. Miluo was seriously injured, harming someone right under Tianqing's eyelids. Who he harmed was even Celestial Master Miluo, this kind of quasi-progenitor level expert. This sort of thing, probably only the gray pupil Yi Yuan could do it. Tianqing looked at the gray pupil Yi Yuan with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" While Yu Mengli looked out of sorts and muttered, "It's him." He appeared again. Who on earth are you?" The gray pupil Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "That fool, always acting on impulse. In the end, he needs this eminence to come out and clean up his mess." Finished saying this, he looked at Tianqing again and said coldly, "Don't doubt your eyes, I'm Yi Yuan. We're of one body and two sides. It's just that this guy normally suppresses me. Now, his divine soul is sucked away. So this eminence can finally come out. You listen up. This eminence will cultivate in the heaven lineage. Don't let people come and disturb me. Otherwise, not even chickens and dogs will be spared below late stage 9 marks heavenly Tao. Finished saying, Grey Pupil Yi Yuan flashed and directly left the ancestral land, leaving behind the 3 people who were dumbfounded with shock. Tian Qing's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was actually threatened by someone. He, this heavenspan world's #1 person, was actually threatened by someone. Pooh work. Celestial Master Miluo spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, gasping heavily for air. Clearly, he had sustained extremely severe injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Tianqing, this guy actually dared to threaten you. He must be killed. Tianqing's face became black as the bottom of a pot and he said in a solemn voice, How to kill? Didn't you notice? This Yi Yuan's calculation ability is extremely terrifying. His threat is even greater than that Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, this Yi Yuan doesn't have the slightest emotion at all. If we really provoke him, he'll really kill off the entire heaven lineage. Celestial Master Miluo's complexion was deathly pale, and he said gloomily, Could it be that nothing can be done about him? Tianqing sighed slightly and said, Forget it, let him be. He didn't leave. He should be waiting for that Yi Yuan previously to come out. For some reason, Tianqing suddenly somewhat missed that Yi Yuan a short while ago. That Yi Yuan would consider the feelings between Yumengli, and would not kill the innocent indiscriminately. But this Yi Yuan was completely different. He could feel the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan's iciness. That sort of iciness made even him feel somewhat piercing to the bone. He did not doubt in the slightest that the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan would really kill off his clansmen. The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan would only calculate and not talk about feelings. This type of person was the most troublesome. Furthermore, by relying on the calm to the extreme calculation ability, wanting to catch the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan was even more impossible. Hesitating to take action out of fear of damages, Tianqing could only be threatened. It was just that Tianqing was a little curious. Why did the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan have the confidence, thinking that the Yi Yuan before could still come out? One had to know this was the 8 extreme divinities, the 8 divinities who created the powerful divine race. Celestial Master Miluo opened his mouth wide, his face in disbelief. Why did he take this? Hit in vain? But thinking about that scene just now, he also shuddered a little without it being cold. It was also that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was lacking. Otherwise, that hit earlier, he would have long already fallen. That strike earlier was too strong. Tianqing looked towards Yumengli and asked, You've seen before this Grey Pupil Yi Yuan? What's going on? Yumengli shook her head and said, I also don't know what's going on, but this Grey Pupil Yi Yuan is very strong. Don't provoke him. The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan seems to have extremely terrifying judgment, and he can control everything on the battlefield. When Nine Origin brought me back to the clan back then, Yi Yuan turned into this state in the end. Then, he forcefully knocked Nine Origin down by a major cultivation realm with the realm of Empyrean. When the 2 people heard that, they both had solemn looks on their faces. Indeed, not to be provoked. A human Empyrean leapfrogged a major cultivation realm and beat Nine Origin, who was already late stage 8 marks at that time, into a wretched state. This sort of combat power was simply appalling to hear. Even if it was Tianqing, it was impossible to do it too. In the heaven lineage, it completely exploded. A human punk actually occupied the place with the strongest spiritual energy, and started cultivating as if no one else was present. King Hell. Too arrogant. Punk, what nerves you have, to dare behave wildly at my heaven lineage. Punk, quickly scream. Otherwise, when the lords come, you're dead for sure. Still not going? I think that you're courting death. Swaz. H. Plus a streak of cold light flashed past, then, he died. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement, looking at this scene in disbelief. You occupied our territory, and still dared to kill our divine race's people? Too arrogant. One powerful aura after another arrived with a howl. The heaven lineage's powerhouses rushed over one by one. This brat from the human race was really too arrogant, completely not taking the divine race seriously at all. Punk, this progenitor gives you one last chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The one talking was Tianxing, heaven lineage's second-generation ancestor. His status in the heaven lineage was second only to Tianqing. His combat power was also second only to him, virtually rivaling the 7 lineage's progenitors. No one felt that there was a problem with him saying this. But right then, a thunderous voice rolled over from the direction of the ancestral land. Tianxing, let him cultivate on profound heaven ridge. Instruct all the clansmen. Don't provoke him. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Chapter 2454. True gold isn't afraid of fire. Chapter 2454. True gold isn't afraid of fire. This was a brightly colored world. As far as the eye could see, it was full of light dots with different colors. Very pretty, but Yi Yuan had a creepy feeling. These are the power of the divine soul? No, wait. Like the power of the divine soul, but also not. These light dots seemed to be something in the divine soul. Yi Yuan looked at the spectacular scenery before his eyes as he said in shock. His soul attainments were extremely powerful. Along with his strength stepping into creation realm, his divine soul already climbed to an extremely terrifying level. Even some ordinary Deva fifth blights might not be as strong as him too. Martial artists gained enlightenment on heavenly Tao through the divine soul. Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao comprehensions were extremely terrifying, so his understanding of the divine soul also far surpassed, as said others. Although he did not know what these light dots were, he knew that this belongs to something in the divine soul. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed and he muttered to himself, I somewhat understand. The members of the divine race view these idols as gods and respect them from the bottom of their hearts. It's because this thing was taken away from their divine souls. These idols stored so many light dots. What do they want to do? No, wait. The level of these idols is virtually comparable to the lesser heaven-span mountain. It's just much more sinister than the lesser heaven-span mountain. The 8 idols came to create such a powerful race. Just what's the origin of these idols? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more terrifying it felt. These idols were different from the lesser heaven-span mountain. The lesser heaven-span mountain was neutral and did not have any attributes. But these idols extracted countless of a certain kind of power in the divine soul and stored it in this SPAC. This looked like a huge scheme no matter how he looked at it. Except, who was controlling all these? Yi Yuan suddenly felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him above the void, overlooking all life in the world. This sort of feeling made him SHI+ without being cold. Judging from the behavior earlier, Liur's nature wasn't wiped out. All of them, including Tianqing, have complete 7 emotions and 6 desires. It's just that their submissive wills toward these idols come from the bottom of their hearts. Most likely, the problem lies here. This place looks like a vessel. If I can break the idols and let these mysterious power return to their original bodies, can it make Liur turn back to her original appearance? Yi Yuan mused. Arriving here made Yi Yuan instantly link it to a lot of things. Since time immemorial, he was probably the first person who took the initiative to enter this SPAC. Including Tianqing, even he never entered before. Because no one could disobey the divine race's will. Let alone could there be anyone who could defy the will of the 8 idols. Yi Yuan's provocation infuriated the 8 idols, making them take action against him, taking the initiative to suck himself into this S.P.A.C. Clearly, these 8 idols thought that after he arrived here, he would not be able to go out anymore. These idols did not seem to have their own will but operated on their own according to some kind of will. Of course, even so, these 8 idols were extremely terrifying too. Existences on the same level as the lesser heaven-span mountain, it was terrifying even if it did not want to be. At least, Yi Yuan currently had no way of breaking the G.O.D. statues. Rumble. Suddenly, this S.P.A.C. had an insurrection. Beneath Yi Yuan's feet, B.A.L.L.S. of terrifying flames leaped up. The flames rose very suddenly, completely surrounding Yi Yuan's divine soul all at once. An extremely strong burning sensation made Yi Yuan hurt until he gave fled groan. Ignorant ant, to dare provoke heaven's might. Today, the 8 extreme heavenly fire is sent down to refine you. Savor the taste of being burned by myriad fires well. In the void came a furious voice. This void was akin to a clap of thunder, shocking until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. Yi Yuan had never seen such a terrifying power before. This kind of power seemed to tower above all life. This tour of flames had 8 colors, seemingly targeting the divine soul. The whole course of it was abnormally terrifying. Yi Yuan's divine soul felt like it was going to evaporate. Amen. Yi Yuan gave fled groan and fell to the ground and started twitching painfully. The power of this flame was not a divine fire of the mortal world at all. With regards to the mortal world's divine fires, Yi Yuan could virtually use being immune to describe. He was the ancestor of playing with fire. Even the flames condensed by Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan did not fear in the slightest too. But this 8 extreme heavenly fire, Yi Yuan was helpless against it. He could not control this flame at all. This flame's agony of being scorched, Yi Yuan had already forgotten how long he had not tasted it before. Pain. Bone-penetratingly painful. From head to toe, every inch of Yi Yuan's skin was receiving the pain of immolation. Furthermore, this 8 extreme heavenly fire targeted the divine soul. That sort of pain penetrated even deeper into the bones. Yi Yuan revolved his soul force to the max, but it was still like trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Clouds of water vapor rose up from his body. Those were due to his soul force being evaporated by the 8 extreme heavenly fire. This 8 extreme heavenly fire was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's soul force was dissipating rapidly. Yi Yuan's figure gradually became illusory. Ha ha! Saw that? This is heaven's might. In front of heaven's might, not submitting, there's only death. That voice came out once more, appearing rather invigorated. Yi Yuan's consciousness started to become blurry. His divine soul already almost could not hold on anymore. Am I going to die? The opponent this time is too strong. He likely came from above the heaven-span world. If I die, what will happen to Lear? Is she going to keep on being enslaved by people? If I die, what about Lingxue? Her final wisp of spiritual consciousness is also extinguished. Hi+ing already. No. I can't die. So what if heaven's might? If you're heaven, then I'll poke through this heaven. You want to refine me, isn't this a tempering to me? I am going to defy heaven. True gold isn't afraid of fire. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body and slowly crawled to his feet. He sat cross-legged in the 8 extreme heavenly fire and actually completely opened up his divine soul. He was no longer using soul force to resist the flames. In an instant, his divine soul was directly burned until it was significantly more transparent. His agony also increased exponentially. Yi Yuan opening up his divine soul was equivalent to drawing the 8 extreme heavenly fire into his body, making every inch of the divine soul receive sanctification. This sort of agony was 10,000 times, 100,000 times than before. The expression on Yi Yuan's face was becoming contorted. But he still sat cross-legged, being motionless. He was controlling his divine soul, attempting to guide these 8 extreme heavenly fire. Didn't you want to refine me? Then I'll use your 8 extreme heavenly fire to temper my divine soul. Either succeed or die trying. This kind of heavenly fire that came from beyond the heavens, it normally could not be found at all. It was a calamity to Yi Yuan, but was it also not a Ma's sieve lucky chance? Failing to pull through, everything naturally did not need to be discussed anymore. But if he pulled through, the benefits that Yi Yuan would obtain would also be unimaginable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan let out a burst of wild laughter as he said, "Ha ha, great. Didn't you want to refine me? Not enough. Still not enough. Your 8 extreme heavenly fire is too weak. Still not enough to refine me. Is this your heaven's might? Too weak." Chapter 2455. Chaos Origin Divinity. Chapter 2455. Chaos Origin Divinity. Not enough. Still not enough. Too weak. Didn't you claim to be heaven's might? Are you tickling me? Come, increase the heat. I want to see whether you can refine me or not. Ha ha, great. Again. Within that S.P.A.C. came Yi Yuan's loud laughter from time to time. This was not saying that Yi Yuan was not in pain. In reality, his pain was increasing manifold. Heaven's might was furious. The energy of the 8 extreme heavenly fire was also continuously increasing. Clearly, the 8 idols were truly enraged under Yi Yuan's triggering. But Yi Yuan did not care. Him yelling this pain out could disperse some agony of being burned instead. Yi Yuan's divine soul became weaker and weaker under the refinement of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. At this time, it already became very faint. But Yi Yuan was still incomparably stubborn. Humph! Stubborn fellow, see how long you can still last. Didn't you want to increase the power of the 8 extreme heavenly fire? I'll satisfy you. That voice came out again. Yi Yuan's voice became weaker and weaker, and increasingly undetectable. Until later on, his divine soul was already extremely faint, and only a faint outline could be seen. But that voice laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha! An ignorant ant also dares to have delusions of grandeur of resisting heaven's might. Weren't you shouting very merrily just now? Yell. Yell again." But right at this time, that feeble divine soul of Yi Yuan's gradually shrunk and contracted again. In the end it turned into a CLU. Stir of faint gray fog. The gray fog became increasingly smaller. In the end it became the same size as the other light dot. It was just that the color of this ball of gray fog was completely different from the other light dot. The other light dots had all kinds of colors and only did not have gray color. It's actually the gray color of chaos mind power. The quality is pretty good. In the void, that voice sounded out again, appearing rather excited. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. That ball of gray fog actually started devouring the surrounding light dots. A small ball of gray fog actually started gradually becoming larger. The gray fog extended 4 tentacles and gradually turned into the 4 limbs of a human body, and stretched a head out again. A gray-robed Yi Yuan's outline gradually took shape. The gray-robed Yi Yuan was like a suction cup, absorbing the surrounding light dots crazily. And his body also became more and more solid. Rumble. The entire S.P.A.C. started trembling. Along with Yi Yuan's body becoming more and more solid, the vibration of S.P.A.C. became more and more intense. Until the end, there were actually signs of collapsing. Chaos Origin Divinity. This is impossible. You How can you possibly condense a chaos origin divinity? Not good. If he continues condensing, the divinity gathering S.P. A.C. will collapse. D.A.M. And brat, you really got off cheap. In the depths of S.P. A.C. came that person's panicked voice. The current Yi Yuan felt indescribably refreshed. He felt like he was almost floating up to the heaven. He really pulled through the tempering of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. Yi Yuan could feel that his divine soul became purer and purer under the tempering of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. Unprecedentedly pure. This sort of purity he had to cultivate until G.O.D. knows when before he could attain it. At this time, Yi Yuan felt that his divine soul was indescribably powerful, as if it could shatter this S.P.A.C. However, right then, he felt that his body was being involuntarily repelled by this S.P.A.C. With a swoosh, he disappeared. Progenitor Tianxing, that guy is too tyrannical. Yeah, progenitor. This guy won't give us any workable method at all. The entire heaven lineage's spiritual energy is absorbed by him alone. What the H.E.L. are we still cultivating for? In front of Tianxing, a group of heaven lineage powerhouses was extremely indignant. It had already been a year in a blink of an eye. The gray pupil Yi Yuan already incurred the wrath of the entire heaven lineage. He did not care about others when he cultivated. Although the heaven lineage's powerhouses already avoided him and went to other places to cultivate, the commotion of gray-robed Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too big. Furthermore, it got bigger and bigger. Gray pupil Yi Yuan's cultivation was completely a plundering-style cultivation. When he cultivated alone, he absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the proximity. In the beginning, heaven lineage's powerhouses were reluctant to give in and wanted to compete with the gray pupil Yi Yuan. But they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they absorbed the spiritual energy around, they could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. Progenitor Tianqing gave the order for everyone to stay far away from this fellow. So everyone could not take action against him. But plundering resources was okay, right? Hence, since one person could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan, a whole group of people then. The younger generation could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan, then the progenitors go. However, they discovered to their dismay that the gray pupil Yi Yuan's plundering of spiritual energy was completely unreasonable. Even if the progenitors joined the great battle of wresting spiritual energy, they still could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. The divine race's requirement for spiritual energy was not considered high. They primarily used it to nourish the physical body and nurture the divine soul. But they could not do without spiritual energy either. Yi Yuan absorbed all of the spiritual energy around the proximity to this mountain in one go. What the H.E.L. were the others still cultivating for? Hence, everyone ran in front of progenitor Tianxing to complain. There was no way to live. At this time, a large group surrounded progenitor Tianxing, making a din until his head hurt. Progenitor Tianxing's expression was very ugly too, and he said in a solemn voice, all right. Stop making noise. This ancestor got it. I'll go and see progenitor Tianxing now and ask him what to do." Before long, an unrivaled aura flew out of the ancestral land and landed on profound Heaven Ridge. When the group of divine race members saw this scene, they were excited to the extreme. Ha ha ha, progenitor Tianxing finally made a move. His elderly self finally can't stand it anymore. This brat is dead for sure. See if he still dares to be so arrogant. Freaking Hell. Your father has never seen before such tyrannical cultivation. No matter how we try to absorb spiritual energy away from him, we couldn't beat him. Tianxing landed not far from the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Are you here waiting for him to come out?" The gray pupil Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster than Yi Yuan's. This 1 year's time, His plundering style cultivation already reached the bottleneck of the middle stage creation realm. The chaos world within his body had already begun to take shape. Just a step more and he would be able to break through the bottleneck. It was also precisely because of this that he had been absorbing spiritual energy even more crazily during this period of time, so as to enrich the chaos world. Seeing Tianqing arrive, the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion as he said, "You want to say that he can't come out anymore?" Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back as he smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that so? He offended heaven's might and was punished by the divinities. It's absolutely impossible to come out anymore. You obtained the physical body. Isn't it perfect?" The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan looked at Tianqing like looking at a fool and said, "Are you stupid? He's the main soul. If he's dead, can I still exist in this world? Are you done talking rubbish? If you're done, get lost. Don't delay my breakthrough." The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan's words did not show the least bit of mercy. Furthermore, his voice was extremely loud, the voice spreading all over the heaven lineage. Tianqing's expression instantly became incredibly dark. A piercing cold killing intent emitted from his body. This Grey Pupil Yi Yuan was not cute at all. Chapter 2456. Don't dare to keep me around. Chapter 2456. Don't dare to keep me around. Freaking hell. Even if the uncle can tolerate it, the aunt can't endure it. This punk actually dared to even scold Lord Tianqing. He's actually making Lord Tianqing get lost. Lord Tianqing, kill him! What on earth is Lord Tianqing afraid of? In this world, apart from Tao ancestors, who else can make Lord Tianqing fearful? After the death-like silence, the entire heaven lineage exploded. The heaven lineage's powerhouses were all filled with righteous indignation, furious to the extreme. Tianqing was the God in their hearts, the divine race's one and only 10 marks powerhouse. This guy actually dared to make him get lost. Tianqing's expression flickered indeterminately, similarly Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to smack the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan to death with one slap. But he knew the consequences of smacking this slap down. This boy was about to break through right away. If really annoyed him, he reckoned that even late-stage 9 marks would not be able to survive. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Tianqing frowned and said, "You aren't going to transcend the blight tribulation. What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" After calming down, Tianqing suddenly thought of something and could not resist asking. The current commotion was completely not the scene of transcending the Deva blight tribulation. He suddenly remembered those words that Dameld said after he was rescued. At that time, he did not pay attention to it yet, but now, he discovered that something seemed to be a little off about Yi Yuan. The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan gave Tianqing a glance coldly again and said impatiently, "Are you stupid? If I'm transcending the Deva blight tribulation, will I do it right under your eyelids? As for what cultivation method I'm cultivating, you don't need to care. You just have to know it's very strong." Tianqing was speechless. Spiritual energy surged. The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan already reached the critical moment of breakthrough. "Hence," he said coldly again, "still not getting lost? Do you want me to kill people while breaking through?" Tianqing could not let out a single word. This Grey Pupil Yi Yuan was really not cute at all. Tianqing turned around angrily and left, making everyone's jaws drop, including progenitor Tianqing. His eyes were almost popping out. Lord Tianqing was cussed out by a human junior and actually turned around and left without even letting out a fart? Was this still the Lord Tianqing that they know? Tianqing turned his nose up at the world and was peerlessly unparalleled, fighting through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When had he been scolded like this by someone before? Immediately, a sense of humiliation rose up in the hearts of each divine race powerhouse. Seeing Tianqing come over, Tianxing went up to receive, and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Lord Tianqing, just why is this?" Tianqing let out a sigh and said, "I can't kill him, but he can kill you all. This person is ruthless. If we provoke this person, he'll kill off the heaven lineage." Tianxing drew a cold breath and said with a shocked face, "In that case, the news that came from the human race is true?" As the heaven lineage's upper echelon, progenitor Tianxing naturally knew about Yi Yuan's affairs. At first he felt that the likelihood of this matter being rumors Ling was greater. How could someone possibly escape from under the hands of the 9 great Tao ancestors? Even if it was the eternal Saint Azure, it would not work too. Tianqing nodded his head slightly and said, "I've already confirmed it." Furthermore, his main soul was sucked away by the 8 extreme divinities. Right now this D knows what the this existence doesn't have the slightest feeling. He's more tricky than that one. When the surrounding powerhouses heard this scene, each and every one of them was unbelievably shocked. There was actually such a monstrous person in this world. No one could have thought that progenitor Tianqing actually really made a move before already. More importantly, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan. No wonder progenitor Tianqing would issue such an order. Progenitor Tianxion's complexion was ashen as he said, This guy is also too strange. His divine soul was sucked away and another divine soul actually appeared again? Also, the cultivation method that he cultivates actually doesn't need to transcend the Deva blight tribulation. No wonder there would be that kind of rumor. The rumor that he was talking about was naturally referring to Yi Yuan being able to break the shackles of Tao ancestor. Judging from the current situation, it was really not impossible. Tianqing's brows also furrowed slightly, the staunchness in his heart suddenly weakening that tiny trace. He originally did not believe that Yi Yuan could surpass him. But now, the strangeness that Yi Yuan exhibited really made people feel lacking in confidence. But right at this time, Yi Yuan started breaking through. The berserk spiritual energy seemed like a surging tsunami, rolling over toward the direction of the gray pupil Yi Yuan. A storm raged fiercely. However, the gray pupil Yi Yuan did not refuse any. No matter how much spiritual energy surged over, he accepted it all. With regards to the 9th level of the Chaos Heavenspan canon, creation realm and its spiritual energy absorption, it made one's hair stand on end. Inside the chaos world, the architecture of mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars became clearer and increasingly brighter. When Tianqing and the rest of the divine race saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They had once ruled the heavenspan world and understood the human race's cultivation method extremely well. It was just that they searched through their memories and also could not find which human major power had such a heaven-shocking breakthrough effect. If not Deva realm, then what on earth was it? Tianqing's brows were knitted tightly and he murmured, "His world power is so strong. Although his world domain isn't big, this progenitor actually has a feeling of facing the divinities." Tianqing's comprehension of heavenly Tao was extremely deep. There was likely no one who could surpass him in this world. Even Tao ancestors could not as well. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the world power that Yi Yuan released. Yi Yuan breaking through, the power of the world spread out, making him have a feeling of facing heaven. He never had this kind of feeling before. Progenitor Tianqing's expression changed greatly and he said, This is impossible, right? How can someone possibly reach the height of the divinities in this world? Tianqing shook his head slightly and said, Perhaps it's my misconception. However, his cultivation method is indeed very strange. He actually doesn't need to transcend the Deva blight tribulation. Furthermore, looking at his appearance after breaking through this time, I'm afraid that ordinary late-stage 9 marks won't be his match anymore too. Rumble. All of a sudden, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. This SPAC actually started shaking violently. Progenitor Tian Xing's expression changed, and he turned to look in the direction of the ancestral land. What's going on here? Tian Xing's expression became even uglier and he said absent-mindedly, "It's the direction of the ancestral land. See, could it be that he really came out? How is this possible?" He had lived for countless years and experienced countless things, but all of it added up was also not as shocking as what he had experienced in this past 1 year. Swaz. Plus a blurry gray figure came whizzing from the direction of the ancestral land. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. A figure stood with his hands behind his back, standing not far from Tian Xing. Tian Xing's expression became extremely solemn, looking at the gray figure in front of him with a frown. He actually could not quite see through this divine soul in front of him. It was clearly Yi Yuan's divine soul in front of him. But it was completely different from before. As for the specifics of what the difference was, he could not put it into words as well, but it was just different. You really came out. How did you do it?" Tian Xing said in shock. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "That guy didn't dare to keep me around, and he forcibly chased me out." Chapter 2457. You liar. Chapter 2457. You liar. The corners of Tian Xing's mouth twitched slightly, unhappy inwardly. Brag. Just you brag. You're already boasting to the skies. If I believe you, this progenitor would lose. To be able to escape from under the hands of the 8 extreme divinities, Tian Xing had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan was very impressive. Yi Yuan exceeded his expectations too much. It was just that, not daring to keep him around? Ho. However, what was the deal with Yi Yuan's divine soul? Tian Xing discovered that Yi Yuan's divine soul seemed very different from before. He did not know what was going on, but in terms of quality, this divine soul could be rated as perfect. Even his divine soul was also far worse compared to Yi Yuan's. What on earth did this boy experience? Who's that guy that you're talking about? Tian Xing said with a frown. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't know. Some rambling guy, but he was really very formidable. He almost refined me to death. But very sadly, he didn't refine me to death, and he let my divine essence metamorphosed instead. Oh right. He called my divine soul as Chaos Origin Divinity. Do you know what it is?" Tian Xing had a blank look as he shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Yi Yuan stopped paying attention to him, but then he turned to look in the direction of the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said in slight surprise, "This guy has done a good job. Broke through so quickly." Over there, spiritual energy roiled. Yi Yuan saw that his cultivation realm was currently rising rapidly, salting the middle stage creation realm. It looked like he was about to break through. Tian Xing looked at Yi Yuan's divine soul, killing intent suddenly arising in his heart. His understanding of Yi Yuan before was limited to the information that came from the front. But this time, he had crossed swords with Yi Yuan several times, and he already felt tremendous pressure. He had never encountered this kind of pressure since he corroborated his Tao. Even when he encountered Grand Ancestor SPAC Team back then and was exiled to SPAC Team Turbulence, it never appeared before too. This boy could not be let alive. Yi Yuan was currently looking at himself with all his attention, seemingly oblivious to him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was currently in his divine soul body. So he should not be able to execute that bizarre evasion technique. Plus, the gray pupil Yi Yuan said previously, as long as the main soul was killed, the gray pupil Yi Yuan would die too. Then now was undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill Yi Yuan. No opportunity was better than now. Missing this time, wanting to kill Yi Yuan again would likely be very, very difficult. How powerful was Tian Xing? He hid his killing intent extremely well but was already ACCU, mulating strength in secret. The moment he made his move, it would be earth-shattering. Divine soul leaving the body was a major taboo to human powerhouses. Although the divine soul was strong, it could not withstand the ravaging of the opponent at all. Once the divine soul was injured, it would be extremely troublesome. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly committing a huge mistake right now. But right at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to have a feeling and suddenly turned to look at Tianqing and said with a smile, "You want to kill me?" Tianqing was greatly astonished inwardly. He thought that he hid it extremely well. How could it possibly be discovered by Yi Yuan? But now that it came to this, how could Tianqing still show mercy? Only to see a formidable power instantly burst forth, Tianqing threw a punch out fiercely. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. No one could have thought that progenitor Tianqing would actually make a move at this time. He was still talking in a jovial manner a moment ago, but in the next second, he dealt a deadly blow. But the eyes of the heaven lineage powerhouses all revealed excitement. Lord Tianqing finally could not stand it and made a move. Currently, outside the ancestral land, without the enchantment of the 8 God statues, SP. AC was fragile like paper. With Tianqing throwing a punch out, SP. AC shattered into pieces like GLA.SS. Those spatial turbulent flows were directly squeezed and receded like the tide. A terrifying force directly threw the entire heaven lineage territory into an upheaval. This was the might of 10 marks. At this moment, it was as if the doomsday battle had reappeared. The entire profound heaven ridge was caved in by Tianqing. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, his figure suddenly disappearing, avoiding this blow. Yi Yuan's divine soul was directly blown up under this terrifying punch. The gray divine soul fragments scattered flying along with the spatial turbulent flow. It looked like he was already beyond dead. When the gray pupil Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. A piercing cold killing intent instantly covered the entire heaven lineage. At this time, he already just broke through to the middle stage creation realm. Although he had not consolidated his cultivation realm yet, his strength already improved greatly. Ha ha! His divine soul left the body and still dared to be arrogant in front of this progenitor. "Brat, farewell forever," Tianqing said with a loud laugh. Seeing Yi Yuan's divine soul get shattered, Tianqing felt indescribably invigorated. With this, future troubles had been severed forever. Ha ha! What did I say? This punk actually dared to be arrogant in front of Lord Tianqing, really seeking death. Divine soul shattering, this guy is deader than dead. With this, who else is my divine race's match? F** King Hell. Your father was really aggrieved to the extreme in this 1 year. With this, it finally feels refres. Hi+ing. When the heaven lineage powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. The gray pupil Yi Yuan turned the heaven lineage upside down in this 1 year. They had no way of cultivating normally at all. With this, they finally found the delight of having taken revenge. Suddenly, Tianqing felt that something was not quite right. A piercing cold killing intent engulfed profound heaven ridge. Amen? The main soul has already completely dissipated. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Could it be that he can still linger on with a last breath of life for a period of time? Not good. His voice had yet to fade when the gray pupil Yi Yuan already suddenly disappeared from his original spot. In a blink, more than 10 heaven lineage powerhouses already died under the gray pupil Yi Yuan's sword. The gray pupil Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when he acted. He was terrifyingly calm, his calculation ability powerful to the extreme. The moment he made his move, it was completely too late for Tianqing to save. I warned you, but you didn't seem to have listened to my words at all. Since that's the case, bear the consequences then. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's callous to the extreme voice came over as he murdered the people one by one. One life after another withered away under his hands. The current gray pupil Yi Yuan already broke through to the middle stage creation realm. His strength was sufficient to eradicate late-stage 9 marks powerhouses. Apart from Tianqing and a few others, who else was his match? Tianqing's expression changed wildly and suddenly pounced over towards the gray pupil Yi Yuan. But how could he capture the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure? The gray pupil Yi Yuan did not only have a bizarre movement technique. His calculation ability was also extremely powerful, not giving Tianqing the slightest chance to get close at all. In just a blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of 8 marks and 9 marks powerhouses who died under Yi Yuan's sword. Damn it! You liar! Didn't you say that if the main soul dies, you'll die too? Why are you completely fine? Tianqing said with a roar. But the gray pupil Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Once the gray pupil Yi Yuan's killing spree started, the entire heaven lineage fell into chaos. Everyone scattered and fled, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. Tianqing's expression changed greatly. A clever idea hit him in an emergency and he roared wildly, "Don't run! Everyone, come to me!" After the divine race powerhouses heard that, only then did they feel like they woke up from a dream, drawing close to his side one after another. But how could their speed be as fast as the gray pupil Yi Yuan? The gray pupil Yi Yuan was still reaping the lives of the heaven lineage powerhouses without restraint. Tianqing's heart was dripping blood, but he could not move. Once he moved, the divine race powerhouses that finally managed to gather around him would become the target of being slaughtered again. Chapter 2458. Bring You Home. Chapter 2458. Bring You Home. Powerhouses that filled the sky fell one after another. Places that the gray pupil Yi Yuan Pas said by, not a blade of GRASS remained. Everyone was desperately closing in towards Tianqing, only hating their parents for not giving them another pair of legs. At this moment, the power of the gray pupil Yi Yuan was displayed fully. Only then did the heaven lineage powerhouses know why Lord Tianqing did not let them provoke the gray pupil Yi Yuan. This consequence was too terrifying. But just as everyone was frightened by the gray pupil Yi Yuan's lethal power, at that shattered void where Yi Yuan's divine soul was originally standing in, tirs of gray-colored particles gathered from all directions and quietly condensed and took shape. The gray Yi Yuan divine soul condensed once again. Tianqing felt something and looking over to this side, and his expression could not help changing wildly. How is this possible? This progenitor strike earlier, even if a Tao ancestor withstands it forcibly, it's certain death too. He's actually fine? Tianqing said with a look of shock. He had clearly already wiped out Yi Yuan's divine soul just now. But now that divine soul recovered again. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's eyes also became slightly intent, stopping the killing. He did not know what Yi Yuan's divine soul experienced. When he saw Yi Yuan being killed earlier, he instinctively wanted to kill. But now even he was also incomparably surprised. Under that horrifying attack, Yi Yuan could actually still recover. Furthermore, it looked like Yi Yuan's divine soul was not damaged at all. This sort of thing was a little too magical. Each of the divine race powerhouse present there was inexplicably shocked. Who could have thought that a wisp of a divine soul could actually remain perfectly unscathed under progenitor Tianqing's attack? This kind of thing was a fantasy tale in itself. Yi Yuan looked at Tianqing and said with a smile, "Looks like this chaos origin divinity is still a little useful. That just now at least proved that there's already no one in the heavenspan world who can truly kill me. Is it this logic?" Tianqing opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But he suddenly discovered that what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. Even he could not kill Yi Yuan. So who else could kill him? This was genuine, undying, and imperishable. Although he, Tianqing, was known as the #1 person, undying and imperishable, he was still rather apprehensive of the human race's 9 great Tao ancestors. If they really fight to the death, there might be the risk of dying too. But Yi Yuan was truly undying and imperishable. Now, even if Yi Yuan stood there and let him kill, he could destroy Yi Yuan's physical body, but could not destroy Yi Yuan's divine soul. His divine soul was undying and imperishable. This was terrifying. Yi Yuan's divine soul was even stronger than his physical body. What on earth did you experience in the ancestral land? Tianqing said in shock. Yi Yuan smiled and said, even if I said it, you won't believe it too. But you rest assured, one day I'll come and rescue your divine race. Tianqing's expression turned dark and he said, ridiculous. My divine race stands above the myriad races. Why do we need someone to come and save? Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, speaking of which, you all are also a bunch of pitiful people. Tianqing, can't you all live in peace with the other races? The heaven-span world is so big, it's also not that there isn't a place to accommodate you all. Why do you have to fight until either you die or I perish? Yi Yuan knew that even if he recounted the matter in that S.P. A.C., Tianqing they all would not believe it too. Because of Lier's matter, Yi Yuan hated the divine race immensely. But now, he could not hate anymore. The divine race was also a group of pitiful people. They were merely being exploited by someone. As for where these 8 extreme divinities came from, it seemed like some research was still needed. But Yi Yuan was certain that these 8 extreme divinities were surely existences above Tao ancestor. Fortunately, the 8 extreme divinities here seemed to be already refined and did not have much individualistic consciousness. Sure enough, Tianqing gave a cold snort and said, my divine race will never be able to coexist with the myriad races. We must dominate the heaven-span world. We have to take back what belongs to us. Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, perhaps in the near future you'll change your mind. After he finished talking, he looked towards the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said with a smile, are you going back yourself or making me invite you back? The gray pupil Yi Yuan's eyes were still icy cold. But very soon, his consciousness receded like the tide. The grayish-white pupils gradually regained their clarity. The gray pupil Yi Yuan had long seen through that the present Yi Yuan's divine soul was too strong. He was not a match at all. With the gray pupil Yi Yuan's calmness, he naturally knew how to make his choice. The gray-colored Yi Yuan's figure moved, returning into his physical body. Yi Yuan returned again. With his divine soul returning to his body, Yi Yuan felt completely different. At this time, he had a feeling of overlooking the world. It was not that his strength was powerful to the extent of overlooking the world. It was that his divine soul communicated with heaven and earth. The perspective of looking at the world became completely different. If he was looking up to heavenly Tao in the past, then now, he could compete with heavenly Tao. His divine soul was seemingly able to reach above the 9th heaven, overlooking the world. All kinds of laws, all sorts of rules, seemed to have become very simple when trying to comprehend them with Yi Yuan's current chaos origin divinity. Originally, he needed to interpret and analyze things bit by bit. But now, he was standing from the perspective of heavenly Tao to look at them and comprehend things. Everything seemed to be so simple. This is the chaos origin divinity? Seems pretty good. Yi Yuan's divine soul had an indescribably sense of invigoration. A person's greatest pleasure was not the pleasure of the physical body, but the pleasure of the soul. Currently, Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity returning to his body, his soul reached this realm. This sort of feeling was what he had never experienced before. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved, arriving in front of Yu Mengli. Facing Yu Mengli again, Yi Yuan's mental state was already completely different. His fingers ran through Lier's hair, scaring her until she was abruptly about to avoid. But Yi Yuan grabbed her and kissed her. All of the divine race members were dumbfounded. This was showing affection in front of so many people really good? However, it was so sweet. When the divine race girls saw this scene, many of them revealed besotted looks. Which girl did not want their man to be peerlessly domineering and overlook the world? Yu Mengli's man was someone that even Lord Tianqing could not do anything to. Wasn't it normal to be a little more domineering? Liu struggled fiercely, wanting to break free from Yi Yuan's embrace. But at this time, it was as if she lost all strength. After a long time, their lips parted. Yi Yuan had a light smile as he looked at Liu and said, "Wait for me. It won't be long before I'll come and bring you home." Liu blushed but said, "This place is my home. Even if it's going home, it's also us fighting back to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan, our race is different. In the future, best that we don't meet again." At this point, her tears burst forth uncontrollably. But Yi Yuan did not care, lightly caressing her hair as he said smilingly, "Silly girl, you're my Yi Yuan's woman, and forever will be my Yi Yuan's woman. Don't care what race you are, and also don't care who you are. You are my Yi Yuan's woman. No one can change this. After I return, I'll break those 8 idols. Then I'll bring you home." Chapter 2459. Shameless. Chapter 2459. Shameless. Yi Yuan left freely and leisurely, unimpeded along the way. He wreaked havoc in the abyss world, turning the entire divine race upside down. Even Tianqing was powerless to do anything. Who else dared to be blind and block his path? Leaving the abyss world, Yi Yuan was currently planning on leaving for the Heavenspan Mountain. At present, his realm had soared and his strength already did not lose to Deva 5th blights. Coupled with his newly acquired and mysterious chaos origin divinity, Yi Yuan wanted to go to the Heavenspan Mountain to test his luck and see if he could find the Tear of Life or other ways to save Mu Lingshui. But right then, a figure sprang out from the flank. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked, but it was Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen had an anxious look on his face. When he saw Yi Yuan, he rushed over at the fastest speed. Seeing Pang Zhen's appearance, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, immediately having a foreboding premonition. "Why did you come?" When Pang Zhen saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of panic as he said, "Yi Yuan, things are bad." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "What happened?" Pang Zhen recounted the events that happened in this period of time, making Yi Yuan bristle with anger. It turned out that not long after he left, Sacred Ancestor High Priest exited seclusion from the primeval war realm. Moreover, he broke through to the realm of Dao Pil in one stroke. The so-called realm of Dao Pil was reaching the level of rule in alchemy Dao. This way, apart from the 9 great Dao ancestors, the Myriad Races Alliance finally had another who reached the realm of rules. The entire Heavenspan world was greatly shocked for some time. Another rule powerhouse appearing at this juncture clearly gave a cardiac stimulant to the myriad races. After Wing exited seclusion, the first thing that came to mind was naturally to find Yi Yuan. But after he heard about Yi Yuan's encounter, he was greatly enraged. It just so happened that at this time, Dao Ancestor Life Lin Chaotian personally went to find Sacred Ancestor High Priest, to request him to take action and refine Dao pills for Ancestor Water, Ancestor Fire, and Ancestor Wind, 3 great Dao ancestors. These 2 Dao ancestors suffered considerable injuries when they fought with Tianqing last time. But this level of fighting, injuries were extremely difficult to recover from. Therefore, Sacred Ancestor High Priest exiting seclusion at this time was clearly at the right time. But Sacred Ancestor High Priest refused without the slightest hesitation. Because of Yi Yuan. What a joke! He could reach the realm of rule and achieve a true Dao pill entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now, how could he possibly refine pills for Yi Yuan's enemies? Even if it was Dao ancestors, it would not work too. However, Lin Chaotian did not get angry. He put aside his ego instead, using a righteous cause to convince sacred ancestor high priest Lin Chaotian said that heavenly Tao Samsara would begin in the next few years. At this time, they should put the interests of the whole above all else. If the human race's Tao ancestors were to lose 3 people, then the myriad races would absolutely not be the divine race's match. At this time, they should put aside their personal grudges and grievances, and put the interests of the whole above all else. Furthermore, Lin Chaotian even said, Yi Yuan's matter was indeed him not considering things properly. After Yi Yuan returned, he would take the initiative to apologize to Yi Yuan. The exalted Tao ancestor life put aside his ego to say such words. Sacred ancestor high priest was still convinced in the end. Hence, he refined Tao pills for the 3 great Tao ancestors, and this thoroughly healed the injuries on their bodies. But no one could have thought that after the 3 great Tao ancestors recovered from their injuries, Lin Chaotian suddenly turned hostile and brought the 8 great Tao ancestors and directly rounded Profound Secrets Bodhimanda up in one fell swoop. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also became a prisoner now. And the banner that they played was that Yi Yuan had entered the Abyss World. He definitely defected to the divine race. This way, it was equivalent to confirming Yi Yuan's name as a traitor. All the people close to Yi Yuan were all locked up. White Light, Luer Yi Tong, as well as many of Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's related people, were all captured. Even the unpredictable army's upper echelons were also all detained apart from Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen had an indignant look as he said, "This Tao ancestor life has simply lost all balance of judgment. They actually severed their own arm at this juncture for their goal. If not because of my family's ancestor, I'd have long been sent to prison too. Your Excellency, Tao ancestor life has already spread the news throughout the Heavenspan world, and even sent it into the Abyss world through certain channels. They're making you go to Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma within a year with the name of the 9 great Tao ancestors, to make an apology and ask for punishment. Otherwise, every half a year, they will kill off one person related to you. At present, there are only 3 days left away from the half-year date." After he finished listening to all these, Yi Yuan still appeared very calm. However, Pang Zhen had followed him for a few years already. He knew that Yi Yuan at this time was actually the most terrifying. Looks like Lin Chaotian doesn't even want face anymore, in order to obtain the secret on me. Ho, you want the secret on me, is it? So what even if I give it to you? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Pang Zhen was rather worried as he said, "Your Excellency, you can't go. They couldn't capture you. So they used this sort of method to force you to walk right into a trap. Once you go, you definitely won't be able to come back." Yi Yuan gave Pang Zhen a glance and said, "Who's the first one that they're going to execute?" Pang Zhen's expression changed, and he said, "It's Wan Zhen." Yi Yuan said, "Then do you think that I'm the kind of person to abandon my companions? Relax, they can't do anything to me. Let's go." If it was before this, Yi Yuan would really be helpless. But he cultivated the Chaos Origin divinity now. Even Tian Qing could not do anything to him. So what was he scared of? Even if I let you kill, could you kill me? Today, in front of Origin Enlightened's mountain pass gates, countless powerhouses gathered. They were all here to watch the killing. Yi Yuan's proud subordinate, the unpredictable army's chief figure, Wan Zhen, would be sentenced to death today. It caused a great sensation in the world. Of course, what they were more concerned with was whether or not Yi Yuan would come. Yi Yuan entering the Abyss world was already not some secret. With regards to his move, people at the outside world were all speculating. It was just that they all knew that with Yi Yuan's personality, it was impossible for him to explain anything. It was also because of Yi Yuan's pride that made this matter become even more confusing to the eye. Do you all think that Yi Yuan would really have defected to the divine race or not? Very likely. I heard that the divine race's 8 great progenitors have invincible might. Back then, they killed our 18 rule powerhouses. Looking at it now, the chances of winning are seriously not high. Moreover, Yi Yuan's most beloved person has now become the divine race's divine daughter. There isn't without this possibility. Your bulls. Hi plus Ting. The divine race members that Lord Saint Azure killed can probably pile up into several origin enlightened mountains. He created an eternal legend, his contributions unparalleled. Would he defect to the divine race? Humph. Keep talking rubbish and I will smack you to death with a palm. The Tao ancestors' manner of eating is also too unsightly. They went back on their word and actually made a move against the people around Saint Azure. What Saint Azure said is definitely the truth. Talk nicely, don't attack. In the crowd there were a lot of discussions. The public's opinions on this matter varied because of Yi Yuan's failure to explain in the first place. After all, no one had evidence to prove this. But Tao ancestor life not keeping his word, this matter was already spread by sacred ancestor high priest. Therefore, the 9 great Tao ancestors' reputation currently was very bad. Of course, to them, this level of powerhouses, all were ants beneath Tao ancestors. They would not care about these people's discussions at all. Chapter 2460. Metal. Chapter 2460. Metal. Stop looking. He won't come, and he also won't dare to come. Who do you think you are? You're merely a dog under him. He made use of you all to fight battles across the land, performing meritorious exploits, bolstering his name of Saint Azure. Do you feel that he'll risk his life for a dog? Lin Huan looked at the Wanzhen who was tied onto the wooden stake and said with a disdainful smile, "Today was the day of the execution. The first target was Wanzhen. Wanzhen had his divine sea sealed, and was fixed onto the wooden stake with Origin Enlightened Mountain's unique method, being unable to move at all. He looked toward the horizon from time to time, not that he was longing for that figure to appear. On the contrary, he was worried about that person showing up. Regardless of the friendly relation between them, that person was humanity's last hope. If he folded at his own people's hands, the human race would really have no hope. Wanzhen was different from the rest. His plans were very big, harboring the world in his heart. It was also precisely because of this that his relations, Hi plus P with Yi Yuan was the best. Hearing Lin Huan's ridiculing, he sneered and said, "When we were fighting at the front lines, where were you all, these lords? Really want to talk about exploiting, it's also you all, these despicable and shameless people, who are making use of the myriad races' powerhouses, right? Does the name of Saint Azure need to be proven with this kind of battle? If I were a dog, then you're even less than a dog and pig." Lin Huan's face turned grim, and he said in a cold voice, "What a joke. If not for our family's ancestor and the 8 great Tao ancestors garrisoning, the heaven-span world would have long fallen. You also dare to show off in front of this emperor with that bit of meritorious deed?" Wanzhen laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha, it's really making me die of laughter. Your family's ancestor garrisoning? They were planning how to get the secret on Yi Yuan, right? If they're really doing it for the human race, they would have long gone to the abyss world. If they are not going now, could it be that they are waiting until after heavenly Tao Samsara before going?" Pa! A resounding slap landed on Wanzhen's face, directly slapping until he spat a mouthful of blood. How heaven was the slap of a Deva fifth blight. Lin Huan snorted coldly and said, razor-tongued, "At present, Yi Yuan's traitorous name has already been established. I want to see how he is going to face the heroes of the world." "Tui!" Wanzhen spat a mouthful of blood and said disdainfully, "Just the likes of you also dare to call yourself a hero? Where's your face?" By the side, Lin Lang said disdainfully, "Third Grandpa, stop talking rubbish with him. The hour has arrived, do it." Lin Huan nodded his head and said in a loud voice, "The hour has come." It looks like Yi Yuan has long already broken his faith, and he defected to the divine race. It's impossible for him to come any more. Of course, Wang Zhen was in collusion with Yi Yuan and let Daimeld go together. The most heinous of crimes. Now, this emperor will execute justice on behalf of heaven, and deal out capital punishment to him. Lin Lang stepped forward, holding a jade plate in his hand. Rows of exquisite short knives were placed on the jade plate. This short knife was called Devastation Bone-Gnawing Knife, an extremely cruel punishment tool. With this short knife penetrating into the body of a martial artist, it would slowly cut off the martial artist's life vitality. However, they would not die right away. That sort of feeling was even more painful than being sliced to 1,000 pieces. Lin Huan picked up a small blade and waved it in front of Wang Zhen and said smugly, "Punk, you've presumably heard of the Devastation Bone-Gnawing Knife before too, right? Today, I'll let you have a taste of this. This is the outcome of betraying the human race." Tui! Wang Zhen spat, but sadly, it did not hit Lin Huan. It was just that his face did not have any trace of fear. What could be seen there was only anger. He was angry for failing to live up to expectations. He mourned his misfortune. The 9 Tao ancestors, being humanity's strongest people, were actually people who turned their back on the world for their own selfish interests. Seeing that Wang Zhen was not afraid, Lin Huan could not help feeling a little dull. But he did not care. He had not seen anyone who could survive under the Devastation Bone-Gnawing Knives. Pucci! Lin Huan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly plunging a knife into Wang Zhen's heart position. Ugh! A feeling of being penetrated into the deepest part of the heart instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones. Wang Zhen could not help but let out fled groan, cold sweat instantly drenching his whole body. But he endured forcefully and did not cry out. Lin Huan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy with Wang Zhen's behavior. At this time, he should be hurting until he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Who can really endure, huh? This emperor wants to see how long you can hold out for. Lin Huan laughed coldly and plunged another knife in. Ugh! Wang Zhen let out another fled groan, but he still stubbornly did not make any sound. Chuhu, are you very disappointed? Do you think that I won't be able to stand it and open my mouth to beg you for mercy? You're thinking too much. There are no cowards among Lord Saint Azure's subordinates. Just you bring it on. If I were to make a sound, I, Wang Zhen, am not worthy to be Lord Saint Azure's subordinate. Wang Zhen gasped the cold air as he said. Lin Huan's expression became very ugly, and Wang Zhen's stubbornness also made many powerhouses extremely moved. Such metal, even if you beat me to death, I also won't believe that Lord Saint Azure will betray the human race. Yeah. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Facing the punishment of the Devastation Bone-Gnawing Knives, he didn't even bat an eyelid. This is absolutely not what a traitor can do. It's too much. Really too much. I feel that Tao ancestor life is simply throwing dirty water. Everyone knew the terror of the Devastation Bone-Gnawing Knife. Using terms like bone-festering and overwhelming the soul to describe were also not over the top. But facing such a terrifying punishment, Wang Zhen actually kept a straight face. How strong of a willpower did this require? Even the subordinates had such a strong will. How could Saint Azure himself possibly betray humanity? A lot of discussions transmitted into Lin Huan's ears, making him even more enraged. Pucci! Another knife. However, Wang Zhen still only gave fled groan. His complexion was already as pale as paper. He was clearly in agony to the extreme. But he still did not flinch at all. Just like that, one blade after another, Wang Zhen did not make a sound from start to end. Several times, he fainted from the pain and woke up again from the pain. But even so, he did not cry out. He used his own actions to defend what he said. Lin Huan's expression became more and more ugly. He did not expect that this Wanzhern to actually be so stubborn. Since that's the case, go to Hell then. Lin Huan took another knife and was about to stab into Wanzhern's body. Stop! Right at this time, an angry roar came over. A peerlessly powerful aura approached from afar. This was the aura of a Rule powerhouse. At virtually the same time, a powerful aura similarly swept up from the direction of Origin Enlightened Mountain. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Ancestor Fire with a wrathful face as he yelled angrily, "You all are too much! Immediately stop the execution! Otherwise, this Ancestor will definitely go on a killing spree today." Ancestor Fire just said coolly, "Fellow Taoist Wing, this boy's traitorous name has already been confirmed. Executing him in front of the world now, you don't have a reason to intervene." Sacred Ancestor High Priest said furiously, "Screw you. Who confirmed it? What evidence do you have?" Ancestor Fire did not get angry either and said coolly, "He and Yi Yuan let Daimeld leave. This is an iron-like fact." Sacred Ancestor High Priest nearly fainted from anger and said angrily, "Wang Xian, I was really blind, to have actually refined pills for you, this ingrate." Chapter 2461. You shouldn't have come. Chapter 2461. You shouldn't have come. Fellow Taoist Wing, you're currently a member of our generation too. Your horizons should be placed further. You refining pills for the few of us, it's for the human race's overall situation. We're eliminating traitors similarly for humanity's good. I know that your relations, Hi+P with Yi Yuan is good, but his talent is too strong. His betrayal poses too great a threat to us. That's why we have no choice but to resort to such means. Ancestor Fire Wang Xian's expression did not change and his heart did not race, but he continued to persuade Sacred Ancestor High Priest with earnest words and the best intentions. That appearance was like he was standing on the moral high ground. Further, my ass, Wang Xian, this father of yours won't believe your nonsense anymore. Yi Yuan will betray the human race? Heh, even if the few of you old things die out and there's only him left in this heaven-span world, he won't betray the human race too. Very good. This ancestor hasn't fought with a same-rank powerhouse after attaining Tao. Today, this ancestor will measure how strong a Tao ancestor is. Wing gave a cold laugh, the imposing aura on his body suddenly erupting. The power of rules bloomed in an instant. Boom! With one punch, heaven and earth shook. Two great rule powerhouses faced off in an instant just like that. Sacred Ancestor High Priest attacked in anger, his power boundless. Except, his foundation was ultimately not as deep as Ancestor Fire's. Around Ancestor Fire, terrifying flames virtually burned a large hole in the void. Each move carried extremely terrifying energy undulations. In a twinkle, he suppressed Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Huan's mouth could not help revealing a hint of a smile, and he looked at Wanzhern and said, "Did you think that you were saved? It's useless. No one in this world can save someone from Origin Enlightened Mountain." As he said, he picked up a devastation bone-gnawing knife and suddenly stabbed toward Wanzhern. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A streak of cold light suddenly appeared from the void. Carrying a swift and fierce to the extreme sharp edge, it shot toward Lin Huan. Lin Huan did not even have time to react, and was directly pierced through by this streak of cold light. A tremendous force directly carried Lin Huan flying out, nailing him onto a rock. Lin Huan opened both eyes wide, his gaze full of disbelief. Gurgles of blood were flowing out of his mouth, his entire body twitching. Everyone was stunned by this streak of cold light. Too fast. Fast until no one reacted to it. Even Lin Huan, this Deva 5th Blight Supreme Powerhouse, got hit without any reaction. Furthermore, this sword shuttled through the void, the speed swift to the extreme. By the time Lin Huan reacted, the sword already arrived in front of his chest. At this time, no matter how fast his speed was, it was also impossible to avoid it anymore. A sharp-eyed person recognized the origin of this sword and immediately cried out in surprise, "A sword of S.P.A.C. team. It's Yi Yuan's sword of S.P.A.C. team." Saint Azure Yi Yuan came. His voice had yet to fade when a figure stepped out of the void, arriving beside Wang Jun. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? With Yi Yuan appearing, everyone exclaimed in surprise. He really came. He actually really dared to come. Hang on. How did he become so strong? Yeah. Back then, his full-power sword barely managed to harm Lin Huan. This time, he actually pierced through him with one sword. The powerhouses all over the mountain were extremely shocked. They were first shocked by Yi Yuan's courage. But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. Yi Yuan had once used the same move against Lin Huan before. At that time, he only barely managed to hurt Lin Huan. But just how long had Pa S said? Yi Yuan actually nailed the Deva Fifth Blight Lin Huan onto the rock with one sword. Looking at Lin Huan's appearance, he had clearly already sustained serious injuries and did not even have the strength to fight anymore. This improvement was also a little too terrifying, right? The thing that Wang Jun was most worried about still happened. Unless Yi Yuan did not know about this, if he knew, he would definitely come. Pang Zhen, why did you have to tell His Excellency? Wang Jun looked at the Pang Zhen behind Yi Yuan as he said furiously. Pang Zhen had an awkward look, but Yi Yuan said coolly, "A brother encounters adversity. How can I stand by and watch him die?" Wang Zhen let out a sigh and said weakly, "Your Excellency, you shouldn't have come." Yi Yuan did not speak, suddenly hitting a palm on Wang Zhen's body. A torrential-like divine essence poured into Wang Zhen's body crazily. Those devastation bone-gnawing knives were shaken by these divine essence, and were actually pulled out at the same time, being suspended in the air. Yi Yuan pointed with his fingertip. The devastation bone-gnawing knife plunged into Lin Huan's heart area with a swoosh. Ah! Lin Huan cried out miserably, struggling incessantly in pain. It was just that his body was nailed onto the rock. He could not break free at all. The more he struggled, the more painful it was. It was as if Yi Yuan did nothing at all, looking at Wang Jun and said smilingly, "You know that there's no way I won't come. Furthermore, even if Pang Zhen didn't say it, I'll know very soon too. They laid down such a huge scheme, wasn't it to let me know?" While talking, his fingertip pointed again. Another knife tore through the air and plunged into Lin Huan's body. "Ah! It's killing me. I'm going to die. Why Yi Yuan, I beg you, let me go." Lin Huan did not have Wang Zhen's mettle. With two knives entering the body, he was almost collapsing. That sort of pain that entered the marrows made him prefer to commit suicide. He could not care that much anymore. He wanted to ask Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan ignored him and instead pointed with his fingertip again. Another knife. Lin Huan felt as if there were 10,000 ants devouring his body. That sort of pain simply made people unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. He knew that the devastation bone-gnawing knife was very painful, but he never expected that it was actually agonizing to such a degree. When the powerhouses all over the mountain saw this scene, each and every one of them drew a cold breath. They witnessed Yi Yuan's cold-blooded side. The current Yi Yuan gave them a feeling of SHI plus veering without it being cold. Facing those who hurt his friends, he would return it double. Furthermore, as an alchemy path overlord, his knives were much more precise than Lin Huan's. He knew where to hit to make it more painful. Yi Yuan helped Wang Jun down and handed him to Pang Zhen. Then he gave in a medicinal pill in Pa Sing and said, "Give this to him, you take care of him." As he said, he turned to look at the sacred ancestor high priest who was battling in the sky and yelled, "Stop fighting. Come down and save people." When Sacred Ancestor High Priest heard that, he hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield and came howling down. Ancestor Fire did not pursue either. Their goal was Yi Yuan. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was not important. Yi Yuan came. So he did not have a need to fight to the death with Wing. When Sacred Ancestor High Priest came down to see Yi Yuan, his expression was very ugly and he said in a deep voice, "You punk, why did you come? Don't you know that this is a scheme targeting you?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I know, but you know that I can't possibly watch them die for me." Sacred Ancestor High Priest frowned and said, "But do you think that by coming, they will let them go? They will still use these people to threaten you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "They won't." Sacred Ancestor High Priest was taken aback, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Ah! There was another scream. Yi Yuan sent out another knife while talking. Chapter 2462. Tao Ancestor Eating Dust. Chapter 2462. Tao Ancestor Eating Dust. Seeing Lin Huan's miserable state, the corners of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's mouth twitched slightly. These were only 4 knives, and Lin Huan was already hurting until his expression was contorted. There was no way of comparing him to Wan Zhen at all. One had to know, Wan Zhen was stabbed with dozens of knives earlier, but he did not make a sound. "Won't? Hoo-hoo, you're also underestimating these guys' shamelessness too much," Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. Previously, he respected Tao Ancestor powerhouses from the bottom of his heart too. The strong were always worthy of respect. However, ever since he was tricked into refining pills, his perception of the 9 great Tao ancestors already dropped to freezing point. "Ah! I'm going to die. Yi Yuan, I beg you, kill me. I can't take it anymore." Lin Huan, having been struck by a knife again, cried out miserably. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued, "They won't. Lin Chaotian will know the consequences of provoking me." Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "I know that they can't catch you, but you're currently hesitating to take action out of fear of damages. What can you do to them?" Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and dealt another knife, then said smilingly, "I'm indeed hesitant to take action out of fear of damages, but they will be cautious in taking action. No need to use this sort of eyes to look at me. You just watch by the side. Today, I'll invite you to watch a good show. Alright. Treat Wan Zhen. He only has a breath left. The medicinal pills that I brought with me aren't strong enough. So you do it." Swaz. Plus another knife. When everyone saw Yi Yuan torture Lin Huan until he was transported away and wished to die while talking in a jovial manner, they could not help drawing cold breaths. That sort of piercing cold killing intent, they felt it. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Lin Huan and said with a gleeful smile, "You already want to seek death? It's just 7 knives, what you gave Wan Zhen. I won't return to you twice as much either. You just have to take it all according to the bill." As he said, it was another knife stabbing Lin Huan. Lin Huan hurt until he gasped cold air heavily and already could not speak. He had never experienced this sort of taste before. With his status, who dared to let him experience it? While talking, there was a ripple in the void. A powerful aura appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was precisely Tao Ancestor Life, Lin Chaotian. When he saw Lin Huan's miserable state, he frowned and said, "Yi Yuan, enough." Yi Yuan looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Enough? Lin Chaotian, who do you think you're talking to?" Lin Chaotian smiled coldly and said, "Why? Do you still think that you're that Saint Azure? You betrayed the human race. So we 9 great Tao ancestors have already jointly agreed to take back your Tli of Saint Azure. Why can't this ancestor speak to you like this?" Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, "Saint Azure? Hoo-hoo, do you think that I'd care about this sort of empty reputation?" Lin Chaotian said disdainfully, Since you forsake the title of Saint Azure, could this ancestor as the number one Tao ancestor be afraid of you still? Moreover, the people around you are all complicit in your betrayal of the human race. You dare to act wildly on my origin enlightened mountain? Yi Yuan said coolly. Then I'll let you take a look at what right I have to talk to you this way. Swaz. Plus in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Disappearing together with him was also Lin Huan. Lin Chaotian's expression changed, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Poo, poo, poo. Several figures directly burst into clouds of blood mist, dying until not even dregs remained. One of them was Lin Lang. There were also several Deva third blights who died along with them. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that figure with shocked faces. This, just who was holding back from taking action for fear of implications. Lin Chaotian's side had not killed anyone yet, and Yi Yuan actually went on a killing spree already. Lin Chaotian's face turned grim and he said furiously, Yi Yuan, do you really take it as this ancestor doesn't dare to kill people? Yi Yuan ignored him. His figure moved and actually disappeared from where he was once more. Very soon, Lin Chaotian sensed Yi Yuan's aura. He was actually heading in the direction of Origin Enlightened Mountains, central region. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted. That mountain peak was the place where a Deva fifth blight was at. This person was his grandchild called Lin Xiu. His strength was even stronger than Lin Huan. This fellow was actually going to kill a Deva fifth blight? Lin Chaotian's speed was very fast. But unfortunately, he was not as fast as Yi Yuan's teleportation. Yi Yuan already shook him off in just a blink of an eye. His pupils shrunk and he said in shock, just how long has it been? This guy became significantly stronger again. Lin Chaotian did not dare to dawdle. His figure immediately flashed. Hi+ing, shuttling into the void and chasing after. Yi Yuan did not hide his tracks in the slightest. An extremely powerful aura headed for Understanding Peak. Lin Xiu was currently cultivating when he suddenly felt a powerful aura rush. Hi+ing overhead on, and his brows could not help furrowing. However, he took no notice of it. The look of this aura was also just like someone who newly entered Deva fourth blight. Far worse than him. It was only to see him take a step out, already meeting Yi Yuan. Who's the arrival? To dare be unbridled in origin enlightened Bodhidharma, are you courting death? Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, already striking with a sword. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, the sword of S.P.A.C. team already in hand. He did not say a word, lifting his hand, it was a sword. Courting death. Lin Xiu gave a cold snort, already genuinely enraged, urging his martial technique to the extreme. Originally, he did not take it to heart. But very soon, he felt that something was not right. This sword of Yi Yuan's had an unstoppable momentum. Reaching Yi Yuan's boundary, he already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Coming and going, it was one sword. Swaz. Plus the two figures intersected and Pa-s said bye in only an instant. Yi Yuan did not stop, his figure disappearing again, already headed to another mountain in a threatening manner. There was another Deva fifth blight. Deva fifth blights were extremely rare in the outside world. But to a Bodhidharma that had existed for 10 billion years of time, their accumulation was naturally extraordinary. Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity communicated with heaven and earth. Every powerhouse here could not escape his eyes and ears. Lin Xiu's figure was still stopped in midair, as if scared silly. But right then, Lin Chaotian had just arrived. He took a look at Lin Xiu and his expression changed wildly. Lin Xiu was already without any life force. Yi Yuan's sword was too fast, resulting in Lin Xiu still maintaining his original posture even after he died. Crack! The Tao artifact in Lin Xiu's hand directly snapped into two. Half of it was still grasped in his hand. Then his head slipped off gently, his corpse falling softly. It turned out that Lin Xiu was actually decapitated already. Lin Chaotian's heart shook wildly. What kind of situation was this? Killed a Deva fifth blight with one sword? One had to know, Deva fifth blights had reached the summit, and they were only a step away from Dao Ancestor. Even if Lin Xiu was not a top Deva fifth blight, he was also not someone who could be killed with one sword. How could Yi Yuan's strength be formidable to such an extent? Suddenly, he somewhat understood what the words Yi Yuan said meant. And while he was in a daze, Yi Yuan's figure already flew away from that mountain. He headed for the third mountain. Another Deva fifth blight died? Lin Chaotian completely could not describe the shock in his heart currently. He, a Dao ancestor, could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust? The last time he left, Yi Yuan was very strong but definitely not strong to such a degree. Now, he could actually effortlessly kill Deva fifth blights already. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly, and he said in alarm and anger, "Enough! Yi Yuan, this ancestor admits that you have the qualification to negotiate with me." Chapter 2463, You Won't. You also won't dare. Chapter 2463, You Won't. You also won't dare. A sword drifted by, the third Lin family's Deva fifth blight snuffed it just like that. Yi Yuan completely ignored Lin Chaotian's yell. He killed the third person before finally stopping. Within a short 20 breaths of time, the Lin family had 3 Deva fifth blight powerhouses dying in a row. Those powerhouses who came to watch the show were all transfixed. They were shocked by Yi Yuan's might until they found it hard to breathe. One person, one sword, forced the number 1 Dao ancestor to give in. This battle achievement simply made people despair. So strong. One sword instantly killing Deva fifth blight. In this world, apart from Dao ancestors, there's probably no one who can do it, right? From Yi Yuan leaving Origin Enlightened Mountain the last time until now, it's been merely several years. His strength actually grew to such an extent, truly terrifying. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to drag their feet. But why do I feel that the further he goes, the faster he gets instead? They marveled at Yi Yuan's talent. It could simply be described using the term monstrous. Only when he saw Yi Yuan stop did Lin Chaotian let out a slight sigh in relief. If Yi Yuan continued killing like this, his Lin family would likely become him alone, a solitary seedling. Although these people were all his descendants, Lin Chaotian actually did not care about them. His mindset was already different from these people. If this descendant of his died, just give birth again. What he dreaded was Yi Yuan's strength. The present Yi Yuan already had the capital to pose a threat to him. Although he could use white light their lives to threaten Yi Yuan, if he really pressed Yi Yuan into a corner, Yi Yuan might run and find a place to hide. Before long, probably even him, this Dao ancestor, would not be Yi Yuan's match anymore. This was what he dreaded the most. At this moment, he also finally understood what basis Yi Yuan had to dare come. Fortunately, he still had many chips on hand. He knew that with Yi Yuan's temperament, he definitely would not leave those people alone. Yi Yuan, your Tu Lin Chaotian, was just about to berate Yi Yuan, but he was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. It was only to see Yi Yuan casually throw Lin Huan onto the ground. Pucci. Another knife. I have yet to finish just now. After this guy breathes his last, we'll talk again, Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back. There was no Dao ancestor in his eyes at all. Lin Chaotian said angrily, "You already killed 3 Deva fifth blights of my Lin family. You still dare to kill people in front of my face? Let Lin Huan go. Otherwise, your people will die too." Yi Yuan turned his head to give him a glance and said with a faint smile, "You won't. You also don't dare." When Lin Chaotian heard that, he could not help choking. This guy actually saw through everything. He had nothing to fear. Killing people did not have the slightest use apart from infuriating Yi Yuan. His eyes were incomparably dark, the two eyes virtually gouging flesh out of Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan ignored his murderous gaze and continued torturing Lin Huan. The entire mountain was deathly silent. It was only Lin Huan's screams like a pig getting slaughtered spread throughout the wilderness. He either begged for mercy or wailed bitterly, or was awake or fainted. All in all, this process was extremely painful. His Excellency's technique is really marvelous. This guy deserves to die. Do you feel satisfied, Brother Wan? Pang Zhen said with an excited look. After Wan Zhen was treated by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his complexion already became much better. A Dao pill powerhouse taking action, would it be of the common sort? Hearing Pang Zhen's question, Wan Zhen also nodded and said smilingly, "This guy indeed deserves death. Those heroes who died miserably on the battlefield became utterly worthless when it came out of his mouth." What irony! Pang Zhen nodded and said, "If these pigs some airs at the back, then forget it. We went through fire and water. What we exchanged for was them making light of it. It's still His Excellency who is impressive. Really satisfying." Wan Zhen looked at him like looking at a fool and suddenly said furiously, "You pig! Who told you to tell His Excellency?" Pang Zhen was taken aback and said, "What's wrong? Isn't it pretty good like this? Dao Ancestor life can't do anything to His Excellency at all." Wan Zhen wished to smack him to death with one slap. Pang Zhen had excess valor and vigor but was lacking in intellect. He did not know what Yi Yuan appearing here meant. Wan Zhen had a disappointed expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "You dumb pig! The stronger His Excellency is, the more dangerous it is to come here. Do you think that Lin Chaotian will let him leave? His Excellency's high morality reaches the clouds. He definitely won't watch the people around him die for him. Now, His Excellency exhibited such formidable strength, Lin Chaotian will definitely not be contented with anything less than his destruction. You sigh." Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was also solemn as he said, "Previously, they coveted the secret on Yi Yuan, but now, it's different. Yi Yuan already possesses the strength to threaten them. So they won't let Yi Yuan off. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's character, most likely, he'd rather die than be willing to let something happen to the people around him." Pang Zhen's complexion became more and more pale, and then he suddenly became a little teared. He also did not think that the consequences would be so severe. Then what should I do? Pang Zhen panicked. What else can we do? Take it one step at a time. Wan Zhen said helplessly. He knew about Yi Yuan's temperament. Since he came, even the Jade Emperor would not be able to persuade him either. No idea how long had said. Lin Huan finally stopped moving. Yi Yuan patted his hands and turned to Lin Chaotian and said, "All right, we can talk." The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Go to Origin Enlighten Hall, they are all waiting for you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What can't be discussed in front of everyone? Didn't you say that I'm the human race's traitor? Now, shouldn't you carry out an execution against me on the spot in front of everyone? All right, I'm hesitating to take action out of fear of damage now and won't fight back." Lin Chaotian felt a myriad of profanities race across his mind, but he suppressed his fury and said, "Brat, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Reaching for a yard after taking an inch seems to be you, right? I want to see my people. If they are missing a single hair, I'll turn your 9 great Dao ancestors' Bodhidharmas into seas of blood." Talking till the end, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent again. If it were before, everyone would naturally laugh it off. But now, no one treated him like he was joking. He would really kill people. The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth twitched again and he said, "You rest assured. This ancestor didn't do anything to them. Come men. Bring the people to Origin Enlighten Hall." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Now, can we go?" Yi Yuan said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, "After white light they all come out, you bring them away." The three people's faces changed, all discerning overtones. Yi Yuan knew that he would not be able to come out anymore. Lin Chaotian would not give him this chance. Yi Yuan followed Lin Chaotian into Origin Enlightened Hall, but the outside world burst into an uproar. Those last few words at the back, Yi Yuan was not deliberately mocking Lin Chaotian, but he was doing it on purpose. It was for the sake of letting everyone know the 9 great Tao ancestors' true faces. The meaning of these words was deep. How could clever people not understand that there was something fishy going on? Since it was a major matter that concerned the human race, why not talk in front of everyone? Moreover, what else was there to talk about? Just kill and be done with it. There was something fishy going on. Chapter 2464. Heaven Spans Events Shock the World. Chapter 2464. Heaven Spans Events Shock the World. This isn't right. Why do I feel more and more that the few great Tao ancestors are doing it for the secrets on Yi Yuan? Amen. I feel that way too. This matter is too suspicious. There's nothing that can't be publicized. Especially major things that concern humanity's fate. If Yi Yuan really betrayed the human race, why can they say it in front of everybody? Before Origin Enlightened Mountain Pass gates, the numerous powerhouses were discussing animatedly. There was no shortage of Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses present. The conflict between the Tao ancestors and Saint Azure affected the rise and fall of the myriad races. They could not help but pay attention. After all, the Doomsday battle was not over yet. What was coming was the truly devastating war. This matter got into such a mess, everyone wanted to see an outcome. But who knew that at this final juncture, the Tao ancestors shut the doors and did not let them see anything anymore? Big Brother, Young Master, Yi Yuan. When Luer, White Light, Yi Tong, and the rest saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of their expressions were very ugly. They were least willing to see Yi Yuan come over. But he still came. Swaz. Plus a pink shadow rushed into Yi Yuan's embrace and dug with its snout nonstop. Yi Yuan pat Treasure Pig smilingly and stuffed a few medicinal pills for him. Treasure Pig was satisfied, his head tilting and falling asleep. It was also strange. With Yi Yuan's present realm, he actually still could not see through this little fellow. Yi Yuan, you've seen your people. Now, can we sit down and talk? Lin Chaotian said in a cold voice. The 9 great Tao ancestors' auras were constantly locked onto Luer and the rest. If there was a trace of rustling leaves in the wind, he would immediately kill these people. This was also a warning to Yi Yuan. It was hard for him to kill Yi Yuan. But killing Luer, they all only needed a thought. But Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Talk about what?" Lin Chaotian said, "Talk about the secret on you." Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Finally unfurled the map to reveal the dagger?" Lin Chaotian, your behavior really makes people feel like vomiting. Ancestor Fire gave a cold snort and said, "Enough nonsense. Yi Yuan, hand over your secret. Otherwise they will all die." Yi Yuan gave Ancestor Fire a glance pitifully and sighed endlessly. Ancestor Fire's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "What's the meaning of this? Are you handing it over or not?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm pitying you all. You all schemed for a long time and set up such a huge scheme. In the end, the thing that you obtain won't be of any use at all. Ho-ho, pitiable, lamentable." Ancestor Water said coolly, "Whether it's useful or not, don't need you to worry about it. Better hand it over first. Otherwise, once our thoughts stir, they won't be able to bear it." Yi Yuan held his palm out, a small mountain appeared in his palm. Immediately, an aura of great Tao rippled out. The faces of the 9 great Tao ancestors as well as everyone present was astounded by this aura. This aura was seemingly akin to flowing water that got into every opening, filling the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range in an instant. This was not enough yet, it was still flowing to even further places. Outside the mountain pass gates, everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What's this? What a strong aura of great Tao. Why do I feel like the Heavenspan mountain was moved to Origin Enlightened mountain range? It came from the direction of the Great Hall. Sure enough, did Yi Yuan reveal his secret? Ha ha ha, what a joke! What betraying the human race! What human race's righteous cause! The 9 great Tao ancestors are treating all of us like fools. His goal is simply the secret on Yi Yuan. Shameless! Utterly contemptible! How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The public opinion burst into an uproar at once. Such an earth-shaking aura of great Tao, how could these people still not understand that everything before was all a lie? The 9 great Tao ancestors targeted Yi Yuan for the sake of this. Everything came to light. Yi Yuan did not betray the human race. All of the charges were imposed on Yi Yuan by the 9 great Tao ancestors. This scene was more convincing than any explanation. Hence, in front of the mountain pass gates, sounds of cursing seemed to pour over like tidewaters. The 9 great Tao ancestors all had shocked and agitated expressions on their faces. How long had it been since their mental states had been so agitated? Not good. Lin Chaotian was the first to recover to his senses from the excitement and exclaimed, "Such a terrifying great Tao aura spreading out at this time, the entire Heavenspan world probably already knew. Then, everything that they had done previously all became a joke. Before this, Yi Yuan had already repeatedly hinted to those powerhouses outside. Now, seeing such a huge commotion, how could they still not understand? Sure enough, waves of cursing voices came over, scolding extremely nastily. Especially those Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses, they did not cover up at all and instead used the power of divine essence to spread their voices until they could be heard all over the mountain. Shameless, vile, despicable, give birth to a son without an shoal, so on and so forth. Words like that reverberated throughout the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range. Lin Chaotian's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan coldly and he said in a deep voice, "You did it on purpose." Yi Yuan was amused and said with a smile, "Yeah, I did it on purpose." "Why? Afraid that others will know when you did it? You want to be a prost. 1. Toot and also want to set up an archway to commemorate your chast. 1 Tai." This great Tao aura was deliberately released by Yi Yuan. He already refined the lesser Heavenspan mountain and could control it freely. If he did not want the aura to spread out, he could naturally do it. However, he deliberately caused a huge commotion. He made everyone take a look at these few Tao ancestors' faces. Lin Chaotian's gaze was slightly cold and he said, "Humph. So what if they know? This ancestor is already standing at the summit of Heavenspan. After obtaining such a treasure, what else do I have to fear?" Yi Yuan shrugged and threw the lesser Heavenspan mountain to Lin Chaotian carelessly and said, "If you like it, just take it. Can we go?" The other 8 great Tao ancestors had long already been short of breath, and drooling for a long time already. Seeing Yi Yuan throw the lesser Heavenspan mountain over, they all made a move right away. But Lin Chaotian did not move. "All stop for me. Have you all gone stupid? This brat wants to make us fight until only one of us will emerge alive, so that he can bring them and escape. Heh. Will you all have the life to take the treasure, and have the life to study the treasure?" Lin Chaotian's voice was akin to a great bell. His aura constantly locked onto Luer and the rest firmly. His words were akin to a clap of thunder, waking the other 8 great Tao ancestors. The few great Tao ancestors all felt lingering fear in their hearts, almost fell for it. Yi Yuan's foundation had already been established. Even without this treasure, after his strength increases significantly again, the 9 great Tao ancestors might not be a match. Lin Chaotian's aura stirred slightly, immobilizing the lesser heaven-span mountain firmly in the air. It was the same distance away from all the 9 great Tao ancestors. This way, it could make them be more at ease. What cunningness! This boy can't be kept. Ancestor Fire had a feeling of being played and said in alarm and anger. Humph! Still waiting for what? The treasure is already obtained. Kill them to prevent future troubles. Tao Ancestor Destruction said angrily. Kill? How to kill? Can you kill him? Lin Chaotian secretly cursed him an idiot as he said with a cold snort. The bigger the problem was, the more carefully it had to be handled. Chapter 2465. Grand Exhibition of Despotic Power. Chapter 2465. Grand Exhibition of Despotic Power. Lin Chaotian was indeed well deserving of being the heaven-span world's #1 person. He was indeed not so easy to hoodwink. Facing the lesser heaven-span mountain, this kind of precious treasure, he could actually resist the temptation. This greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. He did indeed had this idea, throwing out the lesser heaven-span mountain, this heavyweight bomb, and then leaving the place. As for the lesser heaven-span mountain's exposure, Yi Yuan actually did not mind it anymore. With his present strength and realm, there was already no one who could threaten him. After his strength was attained, wouldn't going to find Lin Chaotian again to take back the lesser heaven-span mountain be like picking his own pocket? But Lin Chaotian actually did not fall for it. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, my Lord Saint Azure. Got to admit, you almost succeeded. It's just that, you don't know that this ancestor's understanding of you far surpa. Ses your imagination. This ancestor has been on guard against you. The lesser heaven-span mountain coming into being, the world was shocked. How could Lin Chaotian, as the #1 Tao ancestor, not feel the lesser heaven-span mountain's terror? It was just that he had long already studied Yi Yuan thoroughly over these few years. Others might underestimate him because Yi Yuan was young, but Lin Chaotian would not. Yi Yuan was absolutely a terrifying opponent. Even if his strength was inferior to yours, you absolutely could not underestimate him. On Yi Yuan's road of ascent, he encountered many powerful opponents. But these people eventually all fell at his feet. Sometimes it was because of his powerful strength to jump realms and battle. But at times, what Yi Yuan relied on was his wise and far-sighted mind. Many powerful major figures were defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Along with the research on Yi Yuan going deeper and deeper, Lin Chaotian increasingly felt this opponent's terror. Lin Chaotian knew that this was the one and only chance to get rid of Yi Yuan. Missed the opportunity this time, and he probably would not have a chance anymore. Therefore, he did not dare to take it too lightly. When Yi Yuan took out the lesser heaven-span mountain, his heart was moved. He was the same as the other Tao ancestors, immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. Wisconsin HI plus ing to take it right away and go into closed seclusion. But he still retained the final trace of clarity in his heart. He knew that he could not immerse in it. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, aware that it was troublesome now, and said, "All right, state your conditions." Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Talking with smart people saves effort. Very simple, you sever your meridians yourself and cripple your own divine sea, and stay here forever. This ancestor will let them go." The moment these words came out, the 8 great Tao ancestors all revealed knowing smiles, while Luer and the rest turned pale with fright. After severing one's own meridians, the divine essence would have no place to store, and one would not be able to utilize cultivation methods and martial technique. It would be tantamount to being a cripple. Crippling one's divine sea was equivalent to severing the communication between the martial artist and their small world and be rendered unable to use the power of the world. These 2 conditions were tantamount to making Yi Yuan sever his own limbs. How vicious was the intent! Even if Yi Yuan's laws were heaven-defying, without divine essence, he would be a rootless weed too and would be completely unable to execute the art of teleportation. No way. Young master, you hurry up and leave, don't need to care about us. Luer said worriedly. Big brother, I know that they can't keep you back. You go back and cultivate properly and eliminate these few bastards. As long as you don't die, he won't dare to do anything to us. White Light said furiously. Got to admit, White Light's words make a lot of sense. But Lin Chaotian chuckled and said, yeah, this ancestor naturally won't kill you all. But this ancestor can torment you all, making you all unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. Also, this young lady, Ho-Ho, my Lin family has many disciples who aren't married yet. She can still be a concubine. Luer's pretty face turned ashen pale, and she said angrily, You! Despicable! Shameless! Lin Chaotian understood Yi Yuan too well. He would never abandon these people and leave by himself. If that was the case, Yi Yuan would not have come at all. As you Wisconsin H. Plus, however, Yi Yuan did not say another word, and revolved his cultivation method without hesitation. Pfft! Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. The imposing aura of his body seemed to be like a deflated ball, disappearing in a blink of an eye. His divine Ci had already been wasted by himself. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Even the 9 great Tao ancestors' pupils shrunk slightly too. They did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so decisive, and not even think about it. If it was someone else, this sort of major matter that concerned life and death, they would surely think thrice. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all. Clearly, in his heart, the statuses of Luer, White Light, and the rest were even more important than he himself. Yi Yuan was feeble, looking at Lin Chaotian with an indifferent look as he said, Now, can you let them go? Lin Chaotian nodded and said with a slight smile, That's of course. You all are free. He did not immediately ask Yi Yuan to sever his own meridians. Between clever people, there did not need to be much agreement. Everyone was perfectly clear in their hearts. Yi Yuan naturally had to save a card up his sleeves too. Lin Chaotian swept his sleeves grandly, Luer and a large group of people were swept away involuntarily. When they reappeared, they already arrived before the Origin Enlightened Mountain Pass gates. Young master! Luer burst into tears and was about to head for Origin Enlightened Hall. Brother Wing, take them away! Yi Yuan's voice came out from the direction of Origin Enlightened Hall. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze turned dark, already faintly having guesses. He pointed at the void, a powerful force sealed Luer, not letting her leave. What's wrong with Yi Yuan? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Bai Tong and said with an ugly expression. Bai Tong had a black face, recounting the events that happened in Origin Enlightened Hall, making Sacred Ancestor High Priest burn with rage. This bunch of bastards, they really don't want any face at all. Bai Tong sneered and said, Want face? But as long as they want a bit of face, they also wouldn't have done such a despicable thing. Their voices were not covered up, everyone heard it. Right away, the public burned with indignation. 9 great Tao ancestors. I think it's 9 great shamelessness. The war is near at hand, this bunch of guys are actually still scheming against each other, doing this sort of shameless thing. Really impressive. Release him. We want Saint Azure. Outside the mountain pass gates, angry roars lingered incessantly. These powerhouses had already finished scolding the 9 great Tao ancestors, 18 generations of ancestors. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the sky. Crimson-haired and red-faced, it was precisely Ancestor Fire. Only to see his eyes turned dark and he said in a cold voice, All disperse. If there are any more people raising a ruckus, kill without mercy. Powerful flame rule power instantly rippled between heaven and earth. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This terrifying power was not what they were able to contend with at all. Seeing that everyone was still reluctant to leave, Ancestor Fire pointed with his fingertip. Boom! In a certain region, dozens of powerhouses were directly burned to ashes. The strength of a Tao ancestor was utterly terrifying. With this, everyone was really afraid. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible to be a Tao ancestor's match too. Under Ancestor Fire's despotic power, these powerhouses retreated one after another with intense unwillingness. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Now, you should sever your meridians yourself. Otherwise, Ancestor Fire will kill the people." Although there was Wing, this Rule powerhouse around, he was not Ancestor Fire's match after all. He could bring people away, but casualties were inevitable. Poo, poo, poo. Blood vessels directly exploded on Yi Yuan's body, instantly dyeing his clothes red. All the meridians in his entire body snapped inch by inch completely. Chapter 2466. What a large pig! Chapter 2466. What a large pig! Now, are you satisfied? Yi Yuan was covered in fresh blood, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said in a cold voice. All the Tao ancestors exchanged glances and smiled, clearly all setting their minds at ease. Meridians completely severed and Divine Sea being crippled, there was already nothing to fear about Yi Yuan. This mortal calamity was finally resolved. Hu, satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Chaotian said with a smile. There was a kind of smugness that could not be concealed in the smile. Yi Yuan was really someone hard to deal with. Although he was the #1 Tao ancestor, and that he was powerful to the extreme, he still dreaded Yi Yuan immensely. In the last battle, Yi Yuan escaping from under the teaming up of the 9 of them seriously greatly exceeded their expectations. It was also precisely because of this that his fear toward Yi Yuan reached its peak. So this time, he was determined to succeed. Obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was naturally a part of the plan. But finest, Hi+ing Yi Yuan off was the matter that he was most concerned about. In fact, it was even above obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. There was a ripple in the void, Ancestor Fire's figure appeared in the hall. All left. Brother Chaotian, is it inappropriate for us to do this? Ancestor Fire said with a frown. The matter this time already completely went out of their control. Right now, the entire Heavenspan world was berating them, the 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors were naturally not people of the mortal realm. But they still could not escape mortals and exist on their own. Lin Chaotian did not take it to heart and said coolly, Hu, mortals are all forgetful. With this treasure, our strength will definitely be able to improve further. At that time, when we exterminate those few fellows from the divine race, with this kind of great achievement, are you still scared that they won't prostrate in wars? Hi+P towards us? The eyes of all the Tao ancestors lit up, gazes when looking toward the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was full of searing heat and thirst. Clearly, they already could not wait. But Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Lin Chaotian, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. You think that by obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, you'll be able to improve further? But Lin Chaotian did not dare and said coolly, You can, so why can't I? This treasure contains heaven and earth great Tao. It's virtually a miniature Heavenspan Mountain. Obtaining it, with this ancestor's talents, I'll definitely be able to improve further. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, People are different, each one being unique. With regards to the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Chaotian to improve further. When Yi Yuan just entered the Heavenspan Mountain, he suddenly had an inspiration and entered Great Tao with Alchemy Tao, creating the Chaos Heavenspan Cannon with Astoni's Hi+ing talent. That was how he had today's strength. But the 9 great Tao ancestors' foundations were already set. They had long already formed innate ideas with regards to the journey of Tao and could not change at all. It was not that Yi Yuan was convinced that his talent was outstanding, far surpassing that of the 9 great Tao ancestors. It was just that unless Lin Chaotian had tremendous courage and could give up all the inherent understanding and start all over again, otherwise, even if he comprehended until heaven and earth turned old, it was also impossible to break the shackles. Making a Tao ancestor cripple his own small world and start all over from the top? Who could have such tremendous guts and courage? Yi Yuan was confident that if he was a Tao ancestor, it would also be impossible to take this step, let alone that even if Lin Chaotian really started over from the top, he also did not have time to cultivate to the creation realm anymore. The system that Yi Yuan cultivated and the heavenspan world's inherent cultivation system was of completely different concepts. His cultivation would not disregard cultivation realms and advance by leaps and bounds because Lin Chaotian was a Tao ancestor. Time and fate. It was impossible for Lin Chaotian to ever break the fetters. Of course, the lesser heavenspan mountain was a precious treasure. After the few great Tao ancestors obtained it, their strength would definitely increase. It was just that, there was no possibility of wanting to break the shackles at all. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed together. Yi Yuan's wave of cold water made him very unhappy. You're already a cripple, and yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of us? This ancestor will send you on your way right now. Ancestor Fire was enraged, a terrifying aura engulfed everything and swept over. Honk! But right then, the treasure pig in Yi Yuan's HI+RT woke up unhurriedly. Treasure Pig opened its bleary eyes and suddenly felt a powerful killing aura. With this, Treasure Pig was completely startled awake. It was only to see its eyes go wide, the hair all over its body directly standing up. A burst of fury erupted from Treasure Pig's eyes. Boom! An aura that did not lose to Ancestor Fire suddenly erupted. It was only to see Treasure Pig's figure suddenly become large, becoming larger, just like a constantly inflating balloon. Seeing this scene, regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or the 9 great Tao ancestors, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. No one could have thought that this adorable pinkish piglet actually had such terrifying strength. Rule powerhouse. Yi Yuan opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. Treasure Pig was actually a rule powerhouse. Furthermore, his aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than one of the 9 great Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire. What kind of situation was this? Furthermore, the current Treasure Pig was clearly in a state of madness. How was there still any cute appearance? His expression was savage, eyes ferocious, just like an enraged wild boar, wanting to level this world. Boom! Treasure Pig suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames, closing in on Ancestor Fire. The terrifying temperature seemed to want to burn heaven and earth. Ancestor Fire's expression changed wildly. He did not expect that in this world, apart from him, there was actually still someone, a pig, that could unleash such a terrifying flame attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Ancestor Fire also shot a flame out. 2 power of rules collided in the Great Hall. Boom! A terrifying flame directly blew up, blasting the Great Hall into nothingness. The battle of 2 great rule powerhouses also instantly spread to the entire Origin Enlightened Mountain. For some time, the casualties were countless. An Ancestor Fire actually staggered under this blow, and was almost knocked over. What a terrifying flame temperature! What's going on here? In this world, apart from Ancestor Fire, there's actually still someone who can cultivate flame law to the realm of rule? This aura, hang on. Sacred Ancestor High Priest has clearly already left. So where did this 10th rule aura come from? You guys look. What a large pig. A pig is actually a rule powerhouse? How is this possible? The battle of rule powerhouses was too widespread. Many powerhouses already left Origin Enlightened Mountain Pass gates, but did not go far. Currently, they looked from afar, only to see an enormous pink pig, facing off against the 9 great Tao ancestors from a distance. Its aura was actually not the least bit weak. This discovery made all the powerhouses extremely shocked. There were no rules in this world. This was the consensus of all of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses. Apart from the 9 great Tao ancestors, no one could reach the level of rules. Someone as strong as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not reach this step too. But now, a pig that appeared from God knows where. It was actually a rule powerhouse. How could they not be surprised? They were surprised, but the 9 great Tao ancestors were even more surprised than them. No one could have thought that that pink lump piglet that burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace was actually a rule powerhouse. Forget that it was a rule powerhouse. This pig was actually even stronger than Ancestor Fire. Ancestor Fire's expression was ugly to the extreme. King Hell. He cultivated for countless years and even reached the realm of Tao Ancestor, and yet he was actually inferior to a pig?